you're good to go.
All right.
I'm going to click and make sure they move. Oh, we're good. Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll clear out of the way. All right,
Yeah,
another
get on your
round of
jump
applause for Shannon now that I've taken 15 minutes to set up
No,
the slides.
you're fine. Thank you for doing that. Welcome, everyone. For my friends that were in Gainesville yesterday, you're going to get, this is your refresher course because we just talked about that as well. And Andy, I might call on you at the end because I know you have some valuable information as well. Thank you for being here. So thank you all for being here. Again, I'm Shanna Glatz. I'm one of the attorneys downstairs, so come down and see us if you have any questions, and we're happy to help. So today we're talking about 1031 exchanges, basic info, just to get so you're knowledgeable about it if your clients want to do one and you have an upcoming transaction with one. All right. So what is a 1031 exchange? It allows you to dispose of investment properties and acquire like-kind property. We're going to define that in a little bit. While deferring capital gains taxes. So that's the gist of it. Nobody wants to pay capital gains, so that's why you have 1031 exchanges. It allows you to sell one investment property and purchase another without getting taxed on it with capital gains. Benefits for the taxpayer. Taxpayer carries forward the gains made on one property into another one, deferring the capital gains taxes, allowing the full use of your equity in the acquisition of the new property. And who can participate in 1031s? Any owner of real property that is not the owner's primary residence or vacation home. So that's the distinction, has to be an investment property. All right, like kind. So any property can be exchanged provided it is held for productive use in a trade or business or for investment. So that's the kicker, has to be an investment property. Can't be your vacation home, can't be your primary residence. So, and it has to be exchanged for like kind and held for the same purposes. Your new property is also going to be an investment property. You're not moving in, you're going to rent it out. Like kind does not mean, however, exactly the same. Particularly with the exchange of real property. A single family rental, for example, may be exchanged for a warehouse, retail center, office building, farm property, or even a leasehold interest. Exception, property inside the United States is not like kind of property outside the United States. So here are some of the terms you're going to hear if your clients are doing a 1031 exchange. You've got the exchanger, exchange-or, those are interchangeable, which is your taxpayer. It's your client that's going to sell and then buy. So it's the person or entity that is completing the tax-deferred exchange, the seller of the relinquished property and the purchaser of the acquired property. Relinquished property is going to be the property being sold that they want to shelter those profits, those proceeds from being taxed with capital gains. The acquired property or properties, if they're buying multiple, that's what that's the property being purchased by the exchanger, so the new property. Qualified intermediary. So that's the qualified party who handles the exchange transaction pursuant to Section 1031 of the Internal Revenue Code. So that's where we get that number, 1031. It's actually the code of the IRS. So that's your company. That's your 1031 exchange company. They're going to be invaluable to you. Listen to everything they say very closely. Step one for you guys would be your purchase contract. So that's the sale of the relinquished property. Sales contract should have a cooperation clause or an addendum obligating the buyer to cooperate in structuring the transaction as a deferred exchange. So it doesn't hurt or harm either party in any way. It's just letting them know, hey, this is what's going on. You have to agree to comply. Compliance on your end here at Samson, they're going to want to see that. So you're not going to get paid if you don't have that in your contract. Relinquished property and the exchange documents. So your clients are going to hire a 1031 exchange intermediary, just a 1031 exchange company, to facilitate the exchange. So they'll prepare the exchange agreement, assignment of the relinquished property purchase contract, which assigns the exchanger the right as the seller to this intermediary. So essentially, for it to be compliant with 1031 code, the seller of the property has to be the 1031 exchange company. So instead of your actual sellers, that's how you step around it. They'll give the notice of assignment to the buyer and instructions to the settlement company. So we work very closely with the 1031 exchange companies, making sure that all the documents are getting signed that they want signed. They're listed the way they want to be listed on the ALTA, and that if they want to sign the ALTA, they sign the ALTA as well. And all of these documents must be executed on or before the day of closing. So a lot of times they just send them to us to be signed at the table. All right, next would be closing the relinquished property. So this is the first of the two. This is when you're selling. Once settlement is complete, the property is conveyed to the buyer. The proceeds of the sale, and this is this is how it gets messed up, proceeds must go directly to the intermediary, directly to the 1031 exchange company. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. It's not going to your seller, it's going right to the 1031 exchange company. If it hits your client's accounts at any time, it's too late, it's done, they're not eligible for the 1031. So it's got to go. That's, we are going to have their wire instructions. We know exactly what to do, but we have to know that they're doing a 1031 and be in the loop. So as soon as you know this is going on, and I know you'll have your seller the week of closing, oh, by the way, I think I want to do 1031. I know it happens, but get us in the loop as soon as possible because they have very strict rules that we also have to follow.
Do you work with your own mediation company that you have, that you sort of share?
We do not, but there are a lot of really good ones around, yeah. But I will advise, use a company. There are a lot of attorneys out there that do it on the side. It's never as, it's not their main focus, and it's never as smooth. The ones that focus on this is their bread and butter. That's who I would go with.
I had a problem once, that's why I asked you.
Yeah, yep. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a list of good reputable exchange company?
I do not have a list, and I don't know if there are any available within yours, but I'll give everyone my email address, and I can give you my favorites, the ones that are very easy to work with. All right, so where did I leave off? So the relinquished property proceeds and forms. Following the relinquished property closing, the intermediary will hold the exchange proceeds and provide the exchanger with forms to identify potential replacement properties within the 45-day identification period. We're going to go deeper into that, but that's what's going to happen directly after. They're going to have the funds, and they're going to tell your clients, now you have 45 days to identify your properties. Step 5 is the purchase contract for the replacement property. So this is, yes, ma'am.
So if you can't identify a property within 45 days, then what happens?
Then you're going to get taxed. Your client's going to be taxed capital gains. Yep. Yep, that's a non-negotiable. There's a couple things we'll get to the end where time can be extended, but it's in very rare circumstances.
So you have to close within 45 days?
No. You have to, we're going to get into all the numbers, I promise. There are slides dedicated just to these because these are the sticking points. So purchase contract, the replacement property purchase contract should also contain a cooperation clause. So for the purchase of the new property or properties, got to make sure that the seller is willing and signs off that they know it's a 1031 exchange. Replacement property exchange documents, again, the 1031 company will prepare an assignment of the replacement property purchase contract, which makes them the buyer of the new property instead of your client. And all the documents must be signed before or on the date of closing. So they're going to have their own documents, and then they're also going to have all of the documents that get sent from their lender and from title. Your client is going to sign everything. It's just there's a couple documents that the 1031 also signs. All right. Closing of the replacement property. So on the date of settlement, the intermediary will deliver the exchange proceeds to the settlement company. So they're going to wire us the funds is what that means. The funds that they've been holding in their account, so it never touches your sellers and buyer clients' accounts. So it's always been either with title or with the intermediary. Closing must occur by the earlier of 180 days from the date of closing on the relinquished property, so from the closing of the sale, and here's the other part, or the due date of filing of the exchanger's federal income tax return for the year in which the relinquished property was sold, including extensions. That is for your client and the 1031 company to figure out their timeline. We're not going to calculate it for them. You shouldn't calculate it for them and tell them, oh, we're okay on this. They should definitely make sure that the 1031 says this is your date, this is your drop dead date. Final reconciliation, so at the conclusion of the exchange, the 1031 will provide the exchanger with a copy of all the exchange documents, and then they'll have them complete a Form 8824 to be filed with their income taxes, saying that they are not subject to the capital gains. All right, yes, ma'am.
Two questions. So after you acquire a property within the first 45 days, what happens if that transaction fell through?
We're going to get into that. So it's not, they just have to say, hey, these are the houses I think are pretty that I might want to buy. They just have to identify them within the first 45 days. They have 180 days to get to closing. And they can't, and this is what we're gonna talk about right now, are all the days, because this is what makes everything fall apart. So they have 45 days, and they can provide an entire list of, these are the maybes. Doesn't have to be the for sure. So the property being acquired must be identified within 45 days, which includes weekends and holidays of the transfer of the relinquished property. So that's the settlement date of the property they sold. The deadline is midnight of the 45th day, and the most common reason why these exchanges fail. So here is where you guys be a little nudge to your clients. Make sure that however the 1031 exchange company wants the notification of these are my properties, whatever information they want from the properties, that you guys make sure they get it, because some of them are particular. Some of them want it by carrier pigeon, or they want it a certain way. They might want it in original ink, but the property identification must be unambiguous. So they might want tax map numbers. They might want the legal description. They might the address might just be fine. But sometimes if it's a condo, there's going to be a unit number. Make sure everything is perfect, because this is where this goes south and falls apart. So ask your clients, or if you can communicate as well with the 1031 exchange company, hey, exactly what do you need for these identified properties? How do you need it? I know it must be in writing. It has to be signed by your exchanger, but how do you want the delivery? Sometimes they're very specific about it. Does it, email? I don't think they're going to want fax anymore. Or do they want the original? That's an important distinction. They may want an original. So make sure you know, make sure your clients know. Don't want this to fall apart. Exchange periods. So the acquisition of the replacement property must settle by the earlier of 180 days, or again, or the due date of the exchanger's tax return for the year in which the property was sold. So this is our 180 days. So these are running simultaneously. The first 45 also are within that 180. So you've got 45 to say, these are the ones I want to buy. You've got 80 to get to settlement, 180 to get to settlement. Does that make sense?
What's the average time for the 1031 company to do the closing or the settlement? What's the average time?
They don't delay anything at all. It's just like a regular settlement. We just have to have the forms. It's a typical settlement, just a time frame. Your 30 days is what we like. We don't always get it, but yeah. So that shouldn't be a problem with having the 1031. Really does not add any extra time to the process. It's just identifying, getting under contract, and getting to closing. Yes, ma'am.
Only the equity that's being exchanged, right? The initial investment of the property goes back to the seller. Let's say the property is 250, and then it was sold for 500.
Mm-hmm.
Then the 250 is the one that's gonna go to the exchange company. Is that how it goes?
Whatever their proceeds, whatever it says they get at closing to the seller.
Well, what if the property is already paid in full?
If they sold it for 500, 500 is going to the intermediary.
So even like the.
Whatever their bottom line says, whatever they would walk home with the big check for is what all has to go. If they don't want to pay taxes.
Yeah, but initially, they invest 250,000 to buy the property to begin with.
It's still got to be your proceeds.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yep. If you want to keep it from capital gains, yes.
So is there no way to incorporate basis, like if you have invested,
Right.
3%?
What she's saying as well, and that's when I would defer to the 1031 and your tax professionals, because that's not going to be me. Yep. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering what qualifies as an investment as far as time frame.
So for it to be your primary, your principal residence, you have to live there 2 of the last 5. So if you've rented it out for 3 years, and if you've never lived there, of course, then that's an investment property.
But what if it is your primary 2 of the last 5?
If you lived in it 2 of the last 5, then it can be considered your primary, but you would need to then start renting it out for a period of time.
And how long is that period?
So that, I've heard, it could be 2 years, it could be 3 years. Mostly people are gonna say 2 years.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So if I rent in a property for 4 years,
I'm sorry, you've rented it for 4 years?
If I live in a property for 4 years,
You lived in it.
okay, the first 2 years I lived in it, and the second 2 years I just rented it out. At this point, I'm ready to do a 1031 exchange. Now, the property value has gone by $200,000, and I'm not married, and so I'm getting my $250,000 exemption because I qualified as a primary residence 2 of the last 5 years. I didn't stay there as a primary residence, but the last 2 years has been an investment. So if I qualified only for $250,000 exemption and the property increased by $200,000 profit, I take my $200,000 profit tax-free. However, if it is $300,000, can I take my $250,000 and the other $50,000 towards the 1031 exchange because it qualifies as an investment?
No, because you're doing it as both. You're trying to qualify it as your primary and as your primary for the 250, or is it an investment whereas it doesn't qualify for the 250?
So you can do one or the other.
One or the other, yeah, can't be both.
So I just knew this is years ago that you were supposed to be under contract by the 45 days, but you're saying by the 45 days you have to find
Identify.
something, but you don't have to be under contract.
Correct.
Is there a time that you have to be like under contract with the property within those 180 days?
No, you just have to close by the 180.
You just have to.
Yeah.
find one.
And during the process that you're selling the first home, you could be looking for homes and identifying them and start, and have extra time. So it's the 45 days and then the 180 is within those, it's included.
I would mark your calendar if you're working with somebody, like mark your calendar for when that day is.
Right.
You don't lose them.
Exactly. Good suggestion.
Do you have to own the property for the 5 years?
No? No? Anyone else? All right. Exchange period, trading up. So to be fully tax deferred, the property must be, being acquired must have value equal to or greater than the relinquished property to get the full tax benefit. Yes?
What about the instance where you're like buying land, or if you sell like a rental property
Mhm.
to buy land that you're going to further improve? Like, do they take that into consideration?
And then what are you going to do with the land?
I don't know.
Is it for
Yeah,
investment
it's
purposes?
investment.
Oh, yes, it's investment to investment. So as long as you're not gonna build your
Right, but what
dream
if,
home.
like, the land is not to the same value as the property that you're selling, but you're gonna improve the land by putting like a house on it?
It's gotta be closing to closing, so it's
Okay.
use it or lose it essentially. Use it or get taxed on it. Yeah, yes.
I would assume that you can buy more than one if you have extra.
There are slides coming up about that, yes. And you see at the bottom, I don't know if you guys see at the bottom, but that's what we're getting ready to talk about. And we will get there. So 3 property rules. So 3 properties, the exchanger may acquire 1, 2, or 3 to complete the exchange. However, there's also the 200% rule. Any number of properties, as long as their combined fair market value does not exceed twice the value of the relinquished property. So 200%, or the 95%. And these, I'm telling you all about them, but if you're getting into the nitty gritty and you might be this much off, or this is when you call the 1031 exchange company, say, hey, this is what we're thinking, make sure we're within these boundaries because you don't want your client to get taxed. The exchanger may identify an unlimited number of replacement properties exceeding the 200% of fair market value. However, the exchanger must acquire at least 95% of the fair market value of the properties identified. So this is when you call 1031 and say, hey, I think we can fit under the 95. Can you check me? I don't want my client to get taxed. All right. Changing identified properties. If the 45 days has not expired, an identified property can be revoked and another property can be added. So you can move them in and out during those 45 days, but after 45 days, hopefully you have at least one that you can get in there. There does not have to be an offer on the identified property. It's best to have a ratified contract prior to the 45-day expiration, but you may ratify it after, as long as settlement is complete. So if you identify it on day 44 and then you ratify it on day, whatever, 47 or thereafter, as long as you close within that 180, you're good to go. And we talked about extensions. Here are the only ways, only available to exchangers affected by a presidentially declared disaster or serving in a combat zone. So highly unlikely, but there are 2. Just little considerations. not good, probably not gonna close on time if you guys identify a foreclosure, short sale, or any kind of auction acquired property. Those, of course, as you know, take a lot longer to close. You might not hit that 180 days timeline, so we do not recommend those. And reverse exchanges. So you can also, if your client has the funds, buy the house and then sell. So identify, buy it with your own funds, sell it, and then you get that money back tax-free. Does that make sense?
Can you say that again?
Yep, so you don't have to sell first. They could buy first, especially in this market, you know, things are hopping on and off. So they could, if they have the funds, they can't use the proceeds from the sale because it hasn't sold yet. They have the funds, they can purchase first, and then those funds after the sale, they could, you know, either put in and pay off the mortgage if they got one, or they can just have them in their account tax-free.
So when should the sale happen? Like, is it a time limit?
The-
Like you have 45 days to identify your property, to sell the property.
Mhm.
Suppose you did that 10-1 exchange. After how many days, like, is there a deadline to sell that property?
Is there a deadline to, if you purchase first? Yeah, because there's no 45 days. I believe it's the 180 just to get to closing. Yep. Anyone else? I did want to bring up, Andy has a good point. If you want to, Andy, do you want to talk about the new tax bill?
Oh, that, where would you want to start on this one?
Just where your video began, just that, you know, that. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so there is a new tax bill that went into effect this year. And that many of the write-offs in the new tax bill would apply to a property that you acquire this year. I think it's after January 15th or something like that.
Mhm.
So that if you already have an investment property that you acquired prior, you would not necessarily be able to use the benefit of the new tax bill on something you already owned. But you could do a 1031 exchange out of what you already own or out of what your client already owns into something that they buy this year, and then apply the tax benefits from the new law into what they buy this year. And it sounds a bit convoluted, but it really isn't. If you stop and think about it, any investor who acquires anything this year, whether it's new or through an exchange, there are a boatload of write-offs that will be to their advantage, or as agents to your advantage, as long as you acquire it this year.
Good. All right.
It's just an investment property?
Yes, yeah. What Andy is speaking to is just for investment.
What's the IRA article that you're looking?
It's in the new bill, so I'm not 100% sure. Yep. Yep, that's another one. Consult your tax professionals, get the guidance, make sure you're compliant, and then you don't have to pay taxes.
I think you're talking about the big beautiful.
Yes, yeah.
It's not passed yet.
Yeah,
It
it
is.
is. Under the law.
Yeah.
There's law.
That's all I have, guys, unless you have further questions. I know what you're waiting for is in the back of the room. Yes, sir.
So has Cardinal ever considered setting up a 1031 intermediary company?
We have not, and I would say we could, but like I said prior, that's their bread and butter, you know, a 1031 company. So I would say that if that's their focus, that's where you should go. But not that I'm aware of. Boss is in the back if you want to.
I missed the question.
Yeah.
Now he turned around to look
do-
at the boss.
Do we ever want to create a 1031 company ourselves?
Probably not.
Okay, there you go.
Seems like a lot of work.
Yeah. All right, I'm all set. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Shanna. Well, speaking of the boss, next up, we go straight to the top of the food chain, ladies and gentlemen, for the next hour.
Whoa, an hour?
Hour.
Nobody needs that.
Hour.
Nobody needs that.
I also want to note that
Do I
not
hear
to
30 minutes?
not to disappoint everyone, that the slide still indicates business building with Donnie and Sarah, but you will see a certain missing component in that Donnie and Sarah equation. Did you want me to stay?
No,
For
I'm good.
moral support?
I'm good. Thanks,
All right.
though.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well
though.
then, give it up for
She's
Donnie.
been angling all day to get the staff here. She doesn't know that I'm going to make you all talk more. That's the key. How's everybody doing today? Good. We got some good energy. I don't need that Andy Norton. I need it from you. You ready? Okay, good. All right, so we've seen Bethany and Shanna so far, right? Anybody hear anything interesting?
Sure.
Give me one thing we learned from Bethany. Anything that you didn't know that you could jump into. Oh, Bethany, you did awful today. Yes, ma'am.
That you have an offer about the newsletter.
Oh, I
You can
do.
talk about.
Okay.
Good one, Carol.
That's a good one. I do have that, yes.
It's written down.
That's good tease.
Anything from me other than they're gonna learn something
Good,
from you.
good tease, Beth. Hey, let's tighten up your 30 minutes. If this is all they got out of it was, wait till Donnie talks. That's what they got out of your 30 minutes. Great. Really kicking us off strong. Somebody else learned something else from Bethany.
Bold trail.
Bold Trail. What'd you learn about Bold Trail?
Was not aware of.
Well, good.
I'm
So
looking to that.
look into that. Yeah, and Will's a great teacher. He's not teaching today, is he? But he's here. He's teaching a class every day. He's not on the schedule for today because we got some extra special guests with Casey and Jonathan Fox. But Will teaches Bold Trail classes all the time. I would highly encourage you to get into that. You know, a basic fundamental of if you're going to be a professional realtor is this. Look, you don't have to have, I don't want to scare you here. You don't have to have a Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com, some amazing website. But you have to have a website. Look, if Andy tells Chris, hey, you know, call Donnie. He's the best realtor around. He'll take great care of you. What is Chris going to do before he calls me? Google me. He should, right? We Google people before we have them come fix our sink for $75, right? We're looking at their reviews. We're on Facebook. We're like, that one person said something bad. We're crowdsourcing for somebody to come spend $100 to make sure that my sink stops leaking, right? I'm going to give somebody $20,000. If I Google your name and you don't come up, I'm sorry, I wouldn't hire you. I'm just being honest, right? If you can't market yourself, how would I trust you to market my home and give you $20,000, $25,000, $30,000 to do so, right? So it doesn't have to be whiz-bammy, the best thing in the world, but it's your digital business card nowadays. We've got Bold Trail and Lofty, easy programs for you to plug into, create your own website. Will does classes on that every week. He also does one-on-one sessions where he can help you set up that website. It doesn't have to be amazing, but I do think you have to have that. So, and again, you're going to hear 7,000 things today, right? Between Bethany and Shanna and me and all the other great people coming after me, much better speakers than me. You're going to hear great tips and tools. One piece of advice. Please do not try to do it all tomorrow or get 27,000 notes and then it's overwhelming and you do nothing, right? And you keep looking at that sheet a couple times, but it just seems like a mountain too big to climb, right? Don't get scared. Do two things. Say, these are the two things I'm going to take care of this week. I can do these two. Whether it's Real Scout and the newsletter or my website and this or whatever it is. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, I'm going to take, these are the 5 other things I liked. One of these is going to go in September 1st. One of them's going to go in October 1st. One of them's going to go in November 1st. Put it on your calendar. If you just add one more thing a month to your business, we can all do that, right? But it's not this overwhelming pile of things that you can't get done. Then you do nothing. And then you're sitting here and you're like, well, great, I attended the classes. Seemed good at the time. Looked around a month later and nothing else changed in my business, all right? You wake up in 6 months and your business looks nothing like it did today. And that's the goal of offering all these different classes and different perspectives and different things to build your business. So this is called business building because I kind of go over a couple things that I would do, the core basics to what I would do to build your business. You know, Jonathan's going to give some great coaching. Casey's going to talk about thriving in this market and give great stuff. But what are the things that I would do today? One is, website. I think you have to have a website. So you kind of teed me up there with Bold Trail. Bold Trail and Lofty also have great CRM products, CRM, feeding into your database and drip campaigns and all that. It's good, okay? If I'm going to be honest, it wouldn't be the first thing on my list, all right? First thing on my list, if you don't have this in your business yet, when you go home tonight, everybody says, market to your sphere of influence. Market to your sphere of influence. And it's a cool buzzword, right? If you don't have a sphere of influence, that's the first thing you need to create, right? So go home tonight, and I want you to get out a spreadsheet, all right? Do a pen and paper if that makes you feel more comfortable. Then you're going to have to type it on a spreadsheet after that, all right? Name, email address, and address. Don't stop till you get to 200 names. Might be hard, right? Be creative. Your past clients. Now, for some of you, that's 5 people. For some, it's 500 people, right? Your friends, your family that are somewhat local, right? Your friends of friends. Your Christmas card list is a great place to start. I promise you, My wife sent out over 100 Christmas cards, and probably a couple hundred that we've probably narrowed it down over the years. Like, there's over 100 people right there that you probably could put on your list, you know, as you compile them over times. My kid's on a lacrosse team. My kid's on a field hockey team, a basketball team. Go take the rosters, their names. You've got their email addresses. You can pretty much find their addresses, right? They all probably live near you if they're on your kids' teams, right? So it's not that hard to get there if you start thinking about people that you can add to that database pretty easily. Now, why do I need that database? Oh, cool, I got a cool database. You need somebody to market to, right? People want to spend all this money doing all these different things, but at its core, get your sphere of influence, then do simple things to help connect to them. It'll help build your business and change that dynamic of what you're doing. So what would I do? Sarah will give you a stat. It'll say, like, the top producers were surveyed, and they said they touched their database 57 times a year. That's kind of crazy, right? It's a little much, right? I believe it, but it's a little much. The reality is 30 or 40 of those are probably BS, if we're being honest, right? But try to do it in a meaningful way. So this is what I would do to my database. I would have 12 electronic touches, 12 print touches, and then some extra things on top of that. So those are the things I'm going to talk about right now. First of all, Real Scout. Well, I'll start with the newsletter article. I'll do the 12 touches because you all want to hear this deal that I've got offered, okay? So Bethany did one good thing today. She teed up some magical deal I was going to offer. It's not that magical, but it's more of a challenge. All right, has anybody seen our 4-page newsletter? Premium newsletter. Some of you guys have seen it. Probably having flashbacks to the lunch and learn that I did at some point over the time. You're like, oh, the newsletter, right? This should be a bedrock of every single person's business, in my opinion. All right? We are really, people be like, oh, I do an email newsletter. You know what we're really good at? Swiping and deleting emails. I did 4 on the way that I walked from the back up to here. I was just like, yeah, trash, trash, trash. Oh, hey, I'm in front of everybody, right? We're really good at that. We do 3 at every stop sign we're probably at, right? We shouldn't be looking at our phone when I'm driving, I know. But you can't swipe right on a 4-page newsletter and delete it, right? You have to pick it up, touch it, look at it, work through it. These are amazingly good quality. Great sentence. This is a great quality piece. We do it in our print center here for those that don't know. Now, it's $1.50 each. That includes postage, printing, labor, the whole 9 yards. This probably costs $4 each, if I'm being honest. If you outsource it, probably more. All right? I lose money every time you do this. This is why Sarah every time is like, why do you keep telling people to do the newsletter? You know we lose money. It's because I want you to create bigger business for you. So it's not about, oh, I'm pushing a product I'm going to make money off of. Trust me. My print center bill is very large. All right? $1.50 each. So if I'm going to send this to 200 people on my database, those 200 people that I've wrote down that know me, trust me, like me on some level, right? What do you think I should make this newsletter about? Should I just do Donnie's templated newsletter and send it out? No, make it about you on some level, right? Now, very easy to do, especially with my friend Chat. My friend Chat has made me so much smarter. Just as a curiosity, who's using ChatGPT at all? All right. Every email you've got that looks somewhat smarter in the last couple months, it's because I ran it through Chat, okay? You guys saw me right before that, all right? If it was smart before that, it was my wife, all right? If it was smart now, it's because I ran it through Chat, all right? All right, so if I wanted to do my own newsletter, okay, first of all, put your picture, your branding, brand it the way you want to, all right? Second of all, put an interesting article. This is what you think's going on. Look, Casey and I were just out back. They had to grab me in because I almost missed here because Casey Morgan and I are talking about what we think about the market. Put 6 sentences what you think's going on in the market around you. Put it in Chat. Say, put it in a 400-page article or a 400-word article. 400-page. That'd be kind of long, right? 400 words, right? They will summarize the 6 thoughts I've got into 400 words, and it'll sound fantastic. Bam, put it in. It literally would take 30 seconds for me to do that. All right? Now, so put some thoughts you have on the front. In the inside, second page, recent listings that you've done. If you haven't done that many or sold that many houses, that your local office has done, that our company's done, whatever. We probably have that templated in there. Recent sales is easy. It looks like you're doing stuff in the market. Up here, a market snapshot report. Look, there's Bright's got them, we've got them. You could ask Chat to push one out if you want Fair West County, Loudoun County, Reston, whatever. Whatever your pleasure is, put a market snapshot report, okay? And then maybe a couple, summer house tips, whatever it is you want to do, right? It's not that easy. It's not that hard to come up with 3 pages of professional content, right? We've got you a template, plug and play a couple things, you're ready to rock and roll. Here's the key, more important than any of the first 3 pages, because they're not really looking at that hard, right? The 4th page. What would you do on the 4th page? Yes, Chris.
Your information.
Yeah, your information, but also, because that's down here, right? Well, also, something personal about me, right? I am not naive. My wife and 4 daughters make me inherently more likable than I am, all right? Now, we work with clients, or we work with friends, we work with families, right? And we are part of their daily life every single day for 90 days. And then they buy the house, and we take the picture with the champagne at closing, and then we say, great job, congratulations, and then we don't talk to them again for 8 years. Right? And then we see their house pop up on the market, and somebody else's sign up front, and we get pissed off, right? How dare them use somebody else? Who should we actually be mad at, them or us? Us. It's because we stopped talking to them. National Association of Realtors did a study. 93% of people said they like their realtor, they'll use that realtor again next time. 93%. We do a pretty good job making people think we're good up front. What percent use that same realtor next time? 8. 8 was the latest stat. Went from 17 to 13 to 8 the last 3 years. It's because they don't remember who we are, right? Now, on that 4th page, I would put, look, nothing to do with real estate. Here's me and the girls at Bethany Beach for July 4th. We went there. Here's some pictures from our vacation. Here's Ava's had a great first year at Virginia Tech. Here's Sophie and Lily. They just made the varsity field hockey team together. We're looking forward to a great fall. Right? What's important to you in your life and your families? If it's not, make it up. I don't care. Right? You know, I would say probably try to make it real. All right? But we get 100 Christmas cards at our house, right? And 2 people do the letter about their family. If you do this, I'm not making fun of you, I promise. But I read every one. Well, I don't know why, right? There's one that they were in my Bible study 15 years ago. I don't care about these people at all. I never think about them ever, but I read their stupid 2-page letter because I'm somewhat curious about what's going on. I don't know why I'm curious about their life. Like, I didn't care 10 years ago. But the idea is this. They see this every month. They see you're a pro. They see you're a real person out there, and they connect it to, oh yeah, I wonder how Donnie and the girls are doing. They're not going to wonder that anymore if they see what's going on in my family every month. Now, you send this to your 200 people in your database. It's 200 people. It's $1.50 each, right? It's $300. $300 times 12. Do it every month. That's $3,600 a year. What's the average commission? 10, 12, 15 grand, depends on your price point. We'll just say 12 for argument's sake. That means you need 1 new commission every almost 4 years to pay for your newsletter. The stats tell us that 14% of people buy or sell themselves every year. So out of those 200 people, 28 are going to do something themselves, forgetting about the dozens of people they interact with every day. Right? 28 are going to... The difference between you getting one of those 28 calls and not could just be you connecting with them every day. So my challenge or my offer is this. If you commit and do 200 newsletters, 12 months, if you don't get business back from it, you walk in, I will give you a $3,600 check, no questions asked. Because I will never have to write one of those checks. You will have 10 or 15 clients from it. Now, Sarah always throwing this disclaimer. I can't help it if they got 10 listing appointments and you lost them all. I created the business for you. You had to land the business, all right? But the idea is this. That is not a big expense. You are all running your own businesses. You're not out here just selling a couple of homes. You're running a business. To connect with the thing that's going to make our industry, because people are always worried about, AI and tech and our real estate agents going to become travel agents and be out of jobs in 5 years, 10 years. The thing that I think separates us is this. A, buyer and seller would kill each other if they didn't have us in the middle, 99% of the time, right? But the trust and having a trusted advisor for something that is a $500,000, $700,000, $1 million transaction, we can't undervalue. So lean more into the idea that you're not just a door opener off something off Zillow. Now, there's a whole place for that. I'm not saying don't do that in your business, but I'm just saying lean into the people that trust, know, and like you and get more and more of their business, because that's the people that are going to stick through this, so the people that get closer to their trusted advisors that they trusted to begin with. This is why I would lean into something like this. 200 pieces, $300 a month is nothing in the grand scheme of the world. One deal every 4 years. Guys, you're going to get 10, 15, 20 more calls from your database every year if you actually market to them. You had a question before I move on.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, the 300 was for 36, but 200 is okay too.
200,
Sending it.
$200.
200 newsletters.
Yeah, 200 newsletters is $300. It's $1.50 each. That's why I was saying that, yes.
Okay.
So yeah. Now technically you can do less than that. Our minimum run on mailing stuff is 200, so they would have to wait for somebody else's newsletter to run it out to get the rates we want. But you can do less than 200. But my challenge is this: if you get to 200 people in your database, it's not that hard to get to. $1.50 each, $300 a month is not. It's not a tall order to run a business and get effectively marketed to your database. So I love the newsletter. If I could make everybody in the company do one thing, it would be that. I would make everybody do a newsletter. I've even toyed around with how I could make that happen, but I can't, right? It's not, it's the bridge is too far to get there. And why would I do that? Because I think I'll see the business and the money on the other end that makes up for it. But that is how strongly and passionately I feel about everybody should have a newsletter going to the 200 people in their database. They will see you, touch you, recognize you every month, see that you're a professional realtor and a real life person that they're connecting with on some level, right? If you don't have anything to write about your family that month, then, include something that you thought was interesting in pop culture or sports, or how about those Redskins? Commanders, whatever, right? Jaden's really going to take it this year. Create a poll. Who do you think's going to win? Whatever. Create a challenge in there. Fifth person to email me this gets a $50 gift card to the local. There's so much fun you could do with it, right? But connects with your database on the fourth page, all right? There's 100 ideas you could have with it. But the idea is the connection. Show you're a pro. Show your connection. All right, so the newsletter. Now, the second thing I would do is this. I'm going to talk more about Real Scout in a second, but what does every single person in the world care about? Every single person. Themselves, absolutely, Andy. Very good point. When it comes to real estate, what does every single person care about?
Their own home.
Their own home and the value of their home, right? My youngest daughter's going into 7th grade. I don't plan on going anywhere for 6 years, unless I get home tonight, Meredith says we're moving, and then we're moving, because that's the way it works, right? But if I pull down my street tonight and I see a for sale sign on my block, what's the first thing I do when I hit my driveway? I'm pulling that bad boy up, right? What are they asking? How do they compare to my home? I don't care. I'm not selling my home for a minimum of 6 years. Why do I care about the value of it? I shouldn't, because we all do, right? Every single one of you, I bet you, if I shot True Serum menu, you could probably guess your home value within 10 or 20 grand right now, right? Because we all care, right? Now, if that is something that every single person cares about, I want to be the person bringing that to everybody I know, right? So the second thing I would do is the 12 touches on newsletters, the 12 digital touches. Now, not the winterize your hose bibs emails. Those are fine, but we delete those automatically. The market snapshots. Now, you can use whatever system you want out there. There's good ones like HomeBot and Bold Trail and Lofty have good ones. I would use Real Scout. All right. The reason I would use Real Scout is this. It is a fully. I'm going to talk more about the features in a second. But if I send Andy gets picked on because he's right in front here. If I send Andy a market snapshot every month and he wants to click it and elaborate it, it's got its own search functionality. It's beautiful. It's sexy. It's picture driven. It's AI driven. People want to use the app. So not only am I providing them information, but I'm providing them a tool to search the internet in a safe place without other realtors in there, right? Not, hey, here's your Zestimate. Then they get playing around on Zillow and 6 other realtors called them this month, right? I want them to look in my safe silo of Real Scout. So go back to that client that you sold their townhouse, you sold them a townhouse 8 years ago, and now you see that townhouse hit the market. We've all had this, all right? We've all been on Bright, right? And all of a sudden we're looking around homes, and we see, oh, wait a minute. Kind of recognize that address, right? And you have that moment where your heart drops for a second, right? If you're not nodding, then you just haven't been doing this long enough, right? And then you're like, it's the moment of truth, right? You go to hit the tax record, and you're like, please don't be them. Please don't be them. You hit the tax record, and it's the people's names that pop up. You're like, dang it. And you get mad, right? Why did they call me? Who should we get mad at? Ourselves. If they had gotten 96 market snapshots and 96 newsletters from me, if they don't call me then, they just didn't like me that much to begin with. And that's okay, right? But the idea is that you have to give them you have to give them a chance to remember you and to call you and to refer you. And for those that are like, well, my repeat business doesn't call me, it's because you're not in front of them. They don't know you're a realtor. They don't remember you're a realtor. Guys, if I asked you to give me your insurance agent or your whatever, and most of you wouldn't remember who they are, right? Because they're not a part of, they don't do a good job of staying a part of our lives. You know, who fixes our whatever? I don't remember. You have to like search through your emails and try to find who was here 3 years ago, right? And I'm not saying my plumber should be marketed as good as us, but that's the idea, right? So, newsletters and Real Scout. Now, I'm pivoting. I went backwards a little bit because I started with the newsletter. Real Scout. Show of hands. There's no judgment here. Raise your hand if you are using Real Scout at all right now. Good. Real Scout. Are you using Real Scout? Yes. Not for market snapshot necessarily, but using it. Raise your hand if you met a buyer today at lunch. You left here. You were at dinner tonight. Your waitress was looking to buy a house at dinner tonight. If you would go home and send them an email with Bright with all the properties available within their search criteria. Like, would you use Bright to email them? Now you guys are just all scared. That's fine. Nobody wants to fess up. If you're doing that, all right, for the half of you that you're using Real Scout and half of you didn't raise your hand, you must be using something else, and that's fine. But if you're using Bright, I would go this far as to say this. You are giving that client, in your prospective possible client, an invitation to date other realtors. I would never send an email to Bright ever again in the rest of my life to a client. Now, Bright is a great functional website for us to, I'm a big MLS fan. I'm probably going to be on the Bright Board of Directors next year because I want us to have a voice on there. So I believe in the MLS. I believe in Bright. But I would never send it to a buyer ever. Why? It's ugly. Right? Look, I'm full transparency. I set up a search for my wife and I yesterday. We're thinking about a beach house somewhere. Probably not going to buy it, but it's that fun to think about thing, right? But right, I set it up. I got that email over. I was like, this is ugly as sin. I don't want to look at this, right? So I'm back to Zillow and Homes.com and just looking around there. But I didn't want to make sure I wasn't missing anything, right? So it's ugly. Nobody wants to look at the emails on Bright. Here's the other problem. Let's say I sent emails to Andy and he was looking at Reston from $800,000 to $900,000. And then he goes, I don't really like anything. Is he going to be like, Donnie, can you also send me Vienna? Can you also send me Herndon? No. Can you go up to $1 million? He's not going to do that. What's he going to do? He's going to go look himself, right? He's going to pull up Zillow. He's going to put up Realtor.com. He's going to pull up Homes. He's going to go to Redfin. He's going to start doing his own search. What's the problem with that? There's other realtors there, right? Every time he clicks something, if he clicks out the wrong house on Zillow, 7 of us are piranhas. They're all calling him nonstop. Hey, Andy, I can be your realtor. Let me show you that house. On Redfin, Zillow, now you can just schedule it. I want to see the house tomorrow at 11 o'clock. They don't even know that they're just cheating on you. Half of them, some of them might know. Most of them are like, oh, I can just see the house tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Then I'll call my realtor. But all of a sudden, they're in this web with this other realtor, and they don't know, they can't get out of it, right? Because realtors are good once they get there, talking them into working with them. If you think back a year ago from today, and let's say for argument's sake that you put 25 buyers in Bright. You sent 25 different buyers in Bright an email about prospective properties. And you wake up a year later, let's say 6 of them bought a home with you. Great, we sold 6 homes. Fantastic. In our mind, we will rationalize and say the other 19 just didn't buy homes. Interest rates, lack of inventory, whatever the excuses we make up in our mind. Market's slow, everybody loves to say it's the market, right? What's the reality about those other 19 people? Some of them bought homes. Just not with you, unfortunately, right? Because they found somebody else on one of the other websites. That's what I want to stop. This is why I would want everybody in there. If you've got something else you use that's similar, great. But if not, use Real Scout. It's free. We teach classes on it. It looks like Stephanie's teaching at 2:30 today. I'm checking the schedule. But she's here every day, one-on-one sessions. She does classes on Friday on Zoom. And she's always available to you. Real Scout now, Andy keeps getting to be my guinea pig, which is great. All right, so if I'm going to send Andy now this everything from Reston 800 to 900,000, it's award-winning, it's picture-driven, it's AI-driven, it's sexy, it's cool, he loves it. Oh, this is great, right? Oh, I want to go up to 950. Great, just change your criteria. I want to add Fairfax. I want to add Herndon. Awesome. He's got the keys to the car. They're never going to ask you to change their search criteria. They want the keys to search themselves, right? That's the key to the whole equation, right? So now they're in Real Scout, they're looking around. That's the buyers. Now, the other really cool part is if Andy says, hey, I love this backyard, I get that notification right to me right away. Great, you want to take a look? I can set up a showing for us right now. It's like we're sitting next to each other, looking at the TV, searching together. Because whenever he makes a comment or a note, I see it right away. We can interact with each other. It's a collaborative effort, which is great. All right. The other thing I love about it is, from a buyer perspective, it's great. You've got them searching. You've got them comfortable using Real Scout. They're safe. They're comfortable. They're not bothered by other people. Maybe you only have 2 or 3 buyers you're working with right now. Cool. That 200-person database I talked about going home to do, right? Go home. First action item once you get signed up for Real Scout, get going, is put them all in market snapshots. Put in your name, their email, and their address. Now they're going to get that monthly market snapshot. That is an action item today that you can do that all of a sudden, at a minimum, you can see when people click on it. You can see how much people are searching. At a minimum, 20 or 30 people out of the 100, or at 200, let's say 50 people open the email, and 30 of them started fishing around. Now it's 30 people that were thinking about you tomorrow that weren't today. That's great. This is a cool tool, Donnie. You're going to start having interactions with people. Then they go all again next month. Maybe 20 more people pick it up. You want, when they see that house on the street, for their go-to to come home and open their Real Scout app. And they can be like, I'm going to check it out. Hey, they probably already knew about it because they saw it right away. Because you fed them that feed, everything in their neighborhood before they even hit the market. Now, the other thing with Real Scout is this, and I'll move on, is it is now the place for our office exclusives. So, as soon as you put a property in Bright in office exclusive status, it automatically feeds into Real Scout. If we have 6,300 people, and I know we're not all using it, let's say 2,000 of us are using it for argument's sake, right? And we've all got even 20 clients each in there, right? That's thousands and thousands of people that are getting exposed to your property just like that. Now, I'm going to be I want to be careful what I say here because I don't want the wrong impression because I'm very anti a company right now that's trying to do some things. Don't get me on my soapbox there. I believe in the 1, 2, 3 step process for listing a home. I believe the office exclusive is the first step. I believe that it gets exposure to 6,000 people. We've got market share. In Fair West County, we sold 13% of the homes this year. In Prince William, it's 18%. In Loudon, it's 12%. Let's use that to our advantage. That's great numbers. Way more than anybody else. We've got all the realtors, all the clients. Might as well expose it. The difference is this. I believe in step 1, step 2, step 3. But I would tell you that I would almost never sell unless I got to step 3. It would take the 1 hour of 1-outers for me to sell before I got to step 3 in the process. All right? Which basically means, look, I'm really proud of our market share. But even if every single realtor and every single one of our clients looked at an office exclusive period, it still means only 13% of people looked at it. Where's our best offer? When 100% of people see it, right? When it hits step 3 and goes into Bright, right? So that's my whole point. It doesn't hurt. It gets feedback. It gets more people talking about it. Maybe I've got a buyer that is about to settle for a house down the street, but then they see yours is coming and they're going to like that better, right? They're like, oh, hold on, I'm not going to buy this one down the street. I'm going to wait for this guy. Hey, Andy, how's that new house looking? Great. If I can see it now, great, but no, I understand you don't want to take any offers, but it looks good. Can we take a peek? No, you're not ready? Okay, cool. When are you going? Just keep me in the loop. That's powerful, right? Your buyers are like, I'm seeing stuff I can't see anywhere else because Samson's got all the market share. All right, step 2, coming soon period. All right, and Casey's not going to talk about this before, but he's the one that got me thinking down this line about 6 months ago, and now I'm passionate about it. Predictive analytics is the word he uses, and I love it, but I like it even on steroids from where he was at with it. Predictive analytics being this. I would not list a home today without a 7 to 10 day coming soon period. Now, today is August 13, 14, 13, right? If I meet somebody today and they're going to list their home September 15th, right? We meet them tonight, they're going to list September 15th, great. Well, they're looking at me at the listing appointment tonight, and they're saying, well, the last one sold for $800,000, and I look it up, and that was July 1st. Cool. Well, that contract was really written April 1st, right? And it was on the market for a week, got a bunch of offers, got bid way up, it's closed July 1st. Well, by the time we list September 15th, it could be 6 months difference. Now, today, it only feels like, well, it just closed last month. That's true. Both things can be true, though, right? It could have closed last month, which is relevant, but from the time it was listed to the time that we're listing is this 5-6 month gap. That's dramatically different, right? So, why would I not ever list without a 7 to 10 day coming soon period? Because that's what the market's telling us about it, that property right now. So, look, here's what the stats tell us now. I'm the best marketer. I'm going to help you prepare this home. This is why you want to hire me. We cannot decide on the price point until we get closer to it. We're 30 days out. We're going to go coming soon period. You want to try 825. I believe it's 800. We'll figure out where we're going to go with this. But if we want to try 825, fine. We'll do it for 10 days before coming soon period. And I'm going to evaluate 5 things during the coming soon period. 1, I'm going to evaluate showings. If I'm only coming soon for 10 days, and I'm going to list next Thursday, and I went on 10 days before that coming soon period, I'm going to tell them up front, we're meeting the day before we go on the market on Wednesday. We're going to take all the data in, and we're going to decide on our price point then. If I'm sitting there with them the day before we're going to go active, and no realtors have called me, and nobody set up showings, it doesn't smell very good for what the weekend's going to look like, right? Right? If they haven't called me to set up showings, or they haven't set up showings in showing time, it doesn't feel great, right? One disclaimer I would say, and if you have an open house planned or 1 or 2 open houses planned, sometimes that can throw off because some people just plan to go to the open house. But in general, you should have some agent buzz. You should have some agents reaching out. You should have some showing set up. The second thing I'm going to look at, everything else, the showings is one thing. Everything else is internet-based. Bright, Zillow, Realtor.com, Redfin, Real Scout. We've got access to all this public data. I'm not saying I'm in love with these websites, but who gets more eyeballs than anybody in the world? Zillow, and it's not close, right? Zillow will tell you your house has been seen by 15,000 people and saved by 62 people, or favorited by 62 people and shared by 48 people. That's great. That makes me feel some people like this home. On the flip side, if it's had 2,000 views and 1 heart and 1 share, that's talking to you, right? They're all going to tell a story. So I'm going to bring them the stats from Real Scout and Zillow and Bright. You know, Bright is straight agent to agent, agent to client contact, right? If 2 people have hearted my listing on Bright and 4 people have liked it on Zillow and 2 people have liked it on Homes.com, that doesn't paint a very rosy picture for what the weekend's going to look like. Bring all the data points and the show and sit with them on Wednesday. It's because you've told them up front, this is my plan, and then you come with all the data, it's a lot easier. It's not like, well, Donnie's forcing me to list at 800. No, I'm not. The market just told you they didn't give a crap about your home at 825, right? Nobody's coming to see it, right? So I think that most of us would just say, well, I don't want to mess up the listing, so I'm going to take it at 825, and then if we don't get the traffic, we'll come down to 800 in 2 weeks. Too late. You are chasing that snowball down the hill, and you're never going to catch it. You're going to catch it, but it's going to be at like 760 in 2 months, and it's going to be the worst 2 months of your life. Because every single day, why isn't everybody coming to my home? Why isn't anybody coming? What are you doing today to list my home? We've all, if you've been doing this long enough, you've all had a listing, you know your price too high, and it was miserable for the next 90 days. So you can either be a pro and stand up and show them the stats and talk them through the right plan at the listing presentation. So be the big boy or big girl for a 1 hour conversation, or have 90 days of misery. And maybe you sell the home, maybe you don't. All right, so that's why I would really do the coming soon period, because I'm going to show them the same way that I just told you guys that what happened in April and May isn't relevant to today. Look, it could be better. Okay, I'm not saying it's definitely worse. It's probably worse, but I'm not saying, right? But we want to know what's happening today. How is the market responding on September 15th? Look, for all I know, interest rates could be 5.75 in a month, right? I don't think so, but they could be, right? Then what's that traffic going to look like September 7th to 15th during the coming soon period? Probably popping, going crazy, right? But you need to know that 7 days, you get one chance to make a first impression, all right? So that's why that coming soon period is vital, and I would not do it without it unless They just had to be on the market tomorrow because they wrote a contract on something else and they've got to list without the proper steps. Office exclusive, the second you get the listing, get an office exclusive, creates buzz. 7 to 10 days before, coming soon, analyze that, sit with the seller the day before, and come up with the right price point, and then we go off. It's really important to me. The last two things I'm going to make, then I'm going to open up conversation for you guys because I know I've been talking for a long time, is this. I'm not going to do hands raised, but if you have not been in the business more than 5 years, great. I'm excited to have you at Samson and in the business, but I will tell you this. This is the first time you guys have been in like a balanced market, okay? We've had an extreme seller's market for a while, right? Where buyers, now, it's a little bit nicer to be a buyer's agent. I was talking with Morgan out there, they can actually take a breath and, pick if they actually want this house or not, instead of, well, this is the only one in the market. There's 10 of us. We better just start bidding, right? That's not a fun place to be. So it's actually a little bit more delightful to be a buyer's agent now than it ever has been. But as a listing agent, it's going to be my focus here for a second. 4 or 5 years, we could get by with, oh, how much do you want to list that? Cool. All right, we'll list it. We'll do the pictures and make it look pretty, and we'll probably get multiple offers, right? And we didn't have to be the most skilled listing agent in the world to sell that house. Now, if you were better, you got more, and you got more offers, you got more money, all those types of things. Like, there was still skill involved, but we didn't have to sharpen our pencils. We have to get back to the skills that we had 7, 10, 15, 20 years ago if you've been doing this a long time. I've been doing it 22 years. That makes me feel very old, by the way. I know, Justin. I'm only 29. I don't know how I've been doing it 22 years. But I've sat at tables. I'll never forget it. In Virginia Run, 2009, I sat down with somebody. Everything in the neighborhood was 600, 650,000. Everything, right? Depends on a little bit bigger, a little bit less, whatever. There were 22 properties on the market. 1 had sold 2 months before, 0 had sold the month before, and 1 had sold that month. So we had 2 sales in 3 months. And there were 22 properties on the market. And I'm looking at the seller, look, I want the listing. I'm 28 years old, working hard, trying to get this thing. But why are they going to buy your house, right? It's either going to be way nicer or way better price than the one down the street, or something special coming out of it, right? That is a rough market. We're not in a rough market right now. We're not in an extreme buyer's market like that was. We're in a much more balanced market, right? But what it does is it brings out skills. It is more important than ever that we stage houses appropriately and we price houses appropriately. Now, I'm not going to go into all the tips and trades of that. I know Casey will talk a little bit about that, about it being more important than ever to have a property looking better than it ever does. I'm going to make this point. The one trait that I struggled with a lot from the time I was 22 to 32 in real estate was this. I had a hard time telling sellers that your house is kind of ugly, right? That you need to do some work on your house. Because I kept looking at these sellers, they mostly were older than me, and said that you need to fix your home. It's hard to look at somebody and say your home is messed up or your home needs work, right? So one word helped me, okay? And it's part of that being a big boy, big girl, putting on your professional shoes, right, is this. Asset. I started saying the word asset. This is no longer your home. I know you've loved it. It's been a great place for your family for the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is. It is now your most valuable asset. You are hiring me, a professional, to help you get the most money possible for your asset. And I think that flips the script a little bit. Look, I'm going to help show you things that will help with the most marketable asset it can be. Look, divorce yourself from the home. You like Johnny's marks on the door for how tall he got and all, great, we'll take the door frame off, put a door or not if you want to keep it. But you need to take it away from, this is where Susie grew up and Ava and Sophie and Lily. It's your biggest asset now, okay? I'm going to help you become the most marketable asset. Look, you might hate gray paint, but this is what the paint's got to be. You might hate this color tile. This is what the tile's got to be, right? So the word asset really was fundamental in changing the way that I had conversations, right? So that can help or hurt you. But I also thought of it this way. We don't go to a doctor for the doctor to tell us what we want to hear, right? We hope they say what we want to hear, right? We don't go to a dentist so that they say, you're all clean, right? We want them to fix our teeth in theory, right? If there's something wrong with them. They don't hire a realtor to tell them what they want to hear. At least they shouldn't. They're hiring you and they're giving you $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Be the pro. Be the one that says the hard things. Doesn't have to be being mean. I mean, say it with care, but look, Andy, your house is great. Can I have permission to tell you some things that I think can make it the most marketable asset it can be? I really want to get you every dollar I can out of this house, right? So I'm going to suggest some things we have to do to make sure it's the most marketable asset it can be. So flipping that script a little bit, when you sit down to listing presentations now, I know the fear is going to be like, well, I might not get the listing. I understand that. But if you get the listing, you might have 4 or 5 months of misery, right? And that's not going to be worth it at the end of the day. Have the hard conversations about condition and price and be a grown up up front, and you're going to have a lot better track record. So those are some of my tips for listing. Now, the one other thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to open up is this. I am so passionate about the newsletter and the market snapshots, just those two things. People are talking to me, oh, I'm spending this money on Zillow, or I'm thinking about this ad, or I'm thinking about this ad, or I'm thinking about this. I wouldn't spend $1 in real estate, $1, until I had a market snapshot going out to everybody I knew and a newsletter going out to my sphere of influence. Take care of your sphere with 2 basic, simple things first before you spend $1 or anything else. If you're not getting the business you want from your referral or your database then, fine. Then you can start looking at other under rocks. Be like, if I spend $500 here, do I get the rate of return that I want? Okay, but until you've got your house in order and your foundation set, that should be the foundation for your business. I didn't do everything right all the time when I sold, but I did the market snapshots back then. I did them all the time, and I got calls all the time from people that said, hey, Donnie, it's been a while. Looking to sell my house. I've been getting your market snapshots. I hadn't talked to that person once, right? I got them a Christmas card, but they got 96 market snapshots in the last 8 years, and they thought I was on top of everything in their neighborhood, right? Market snapshots and newsletters. Set you a good foundation, then think about spending other money if you're not getting all the business you need from that, all right? That's what my piece of advice would be. Now, pivot. Thoughts, questions? I'm going to ask you about what you're seeing in the market today. I said a lot of things there, sorry. Anything that people liked or didn't like from what I just said? Yes, ma'am.
So does the market snapshot come from Real Scout?
Mm-hmm. That was an easy one. I like easy questions. Other thoughts, questions? Real Scout is free, yes. It's a system we pay for everybody. Yep. And you can get an account. If you don't have an account already, email the help desk or grab Stephanie. But the help desk can set you up your account, or Stephanie can. You can get rock and rolling. It's super easy to use. We also, on the Nest, have a page for our text systems for Real Scout. Simple, easy to get started. If you can send emails in Brett, you can send emails in Real Scout. Yes, ma'am.
So you said that if the property you think should be valued at 800,000, but the seller is adamant about 825, so we test it during the conversation period, and then we change it to 800 because
Mm-hmm.
that will put some senses into the seller.
Yep.
But in today's balanced market, is it like a negative because the market will think, okay, they reduced it by 25K on day one.
But Bright, it will show fresh. Now, some of the websites will pick up the Zillow and Redfin. They'll still say 25 was the original coming soon price. But coming soon period is to test price points. It wasn't live. I was testing out the price point. You know, when it goes live, everybody's going to get a fresh email in their feeds, and it's going to say it's an active listing, and it's going to say $800,000. You know, I'd rather be correct. You know, then the one thing people will say to me is, well, Donnie, what if we go down to 800 and it doesn't sell at 800? Then it wasn't worth 800, right? The market will find the right, because that's the biggest fear of sellers. What if I list there and then it doesn't sell there? Well, then it wasn't worth that, right? It wasn't worth 825 for sure if it didn't sell at 800, right? So do I wish Zillow and Redfin would reset their number to the active number? I do. But Bright does, first of all. And second, I think it's easy to explain to people, look, we were testing a price point during coming soon period. 825 wasn't it. We thought 800 was the best marketable price for it, so we went off with that. Yes, ma'am.
What if we told them to test at 800 and if the data came better, that we would change it to 825? Would that be a better thing to do?
It could, but under the circumstance, I would tell you, if they're willing 800, list at 800. Because the market, what's going to happen then is you're going to get multiple offers, and you're going to be able to control the situation. You're not going to have contingencies. You're going to get the dates you want. You're going to get the title company you want. If you get 2 people bidding, you always get more than you should, right? Because somebody, if you get 3, 4, 5, 6 people bidding, it's even better because somebody's going to overpay, right? So I would rather 825. I would rather 800 and get 5 people to bid on it, and I end up at 820, then go to 825 and I'm crickets, then I'm begging somebody to give me something at 810 or 815. You know, so I would still keep it at that price point. The other thing I would keep in mind is this. Landmark prices are a big deal. Like, when in doubt, 809 and 819, they get hidden. Nobody goes into the computer and says, give me everything up to 820. They don't, right? They go, give me everything up to 800 or 850 or 900. So if you hide right above a price mark, your data goes way down. You can actually see that in Real Scout. If I'm going to put in a listing, it'll show me how many people, like I'm just making up numbers here. It'll say 700 people will see this home if you price it at 819. 1,400 people will see it if you price it at 799 because they can see what searches are set up. So like, it's interesting data to show people, like, be like, look, double the amount of people will see it at 799 as they'll see it at 819. That's powerful, right? I'm making up the double, but you can see that there's a dramatic difference over different price points. So I would almost always tell you, drop it below, you're never going to regret it. The worst thing that happens is you get more offers, right? And the seller's happier.
But it's about the seller, so to have them to agree to check out 800, is it better to tell them to start with a lower?
Yes, I would almost, if they're willing to go to a lower price, I would always get them to go there. As long as it's within reason. I'm not saying go to 600. But the market will find the right price point because as much as we can say it's a softer market, there are lots of buyers out there. And the internet is amazing in that everybody sees your listing this quickly, right? So it's not like, oh, well, I missed that one. Nobody missed it, all right? They saw it, they just weren't interested, right? Nobody, the average home buyer's on the internet like 14 times a day when they're on it, right? You know, I'm passively looking at the beach and I look at the friggin' homes.com 5 times a day. Nothing's changing. I'm like sitting at my desk like, hey, anything new? Nothing's new. Why am I checking that? Like, you know, like they don't miss it. You know, they've all seen it, right? So I would not worry about pricing too low. Yes, sir.
There's always going to be the seller telling that, okay, 800 seems to be the right price, but we have already put it at 825. So I'm willing to go with your 800 or between 800 to 825. But let's leave it at 825. If we get a lower offer, we will accept it. I'll sign up on that.
Yeah.
Payment. But we will leave it at 800.
Here's the story I would tell you, and it may or may not work, all right? But I like this analogy. I don't know if I stole this one from you or not, Casey. If I did, I'll give you credit. All right? Maybe I just thought of it. I like to think I thought of it. But it was probably yours. That's how right now. It's probably yours, right? So imagine you're fishing, right?
It's mine.
It's yours. He knew right away. See, at least I listen when you talk, right? So there's all this fish in the water at 800. If you hold it right above the water at 815 or 820, nobody sees it. Nobody's fighting for it, right? The second I put it in, they all fight for it, and they're going to fight it back up, right? So I like, yes, you could say, well, I'll price it there, and then if somebody offers me down, the problem is nobody sees it. And that's the same thing I just used the Real Scout example. At 700 people see it at $7.99, and 350 people see it at this price. You're going to have dramatically less people see it at $820 on the internet, in person, in general. Let them see it at $800 and fall in love with it. You can always have people bidding against each other, but you can't deal with offers that you never see. So that's the analogy I would see, is that people aren't going to see it at 820. You would rather have double the people see it and then fight for it than the other way around.
Let them look at it as a Black Friday deal or something like that.
Yeah, you know, you can always say no to offers, but you can't say no to offers you don't see. You know, that would be my point. Other thoughts and questions about all the things I talked about?
Hey, Donnie, on your predictive analysis, the only thing I would do is, showing is most important, but you gotta go over the market conditions two at a time. How many homes are on the market, what's the competition, who's under contract?
Oh, yeah.
The current market for that week
Sure.
is also part of that predictive analysis.
Yeah, so what he's saying is, like, look, he agrees that it's different April, May to September, but like when we go September 15th and we're going to go predictive analysis for that coming soon period, what's today's data look like? Okay, who else is on there? We're evaluating all of that before we even go on that coming. Like, I'm not even going to talk about what their price should be if it's a month out. We go to coming soon, then we're going to sit down. We talk about, okay, well, here's what's out there now. Here's what's going on under contract. Here's where I think we should go now. We're going to evaluate. That's a whole CMA class. But now we're going to go with our price point. Then we can evaluate what the market thinks of that during that coming soon period. But that's how we help it land on that, is what's going on in the market right now around us. Now is the question Q&A time for you guys, because I got a couple more minutes till the man in the midst is going to come up here, I think. I'm gonna end on time. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
You did mention 3 points. Office exclusive, coming soon. What was the third?
Oh, live on the market.
Okay.
Third, when I let go live.
Listening.
Yes. Office exclusive, coming soon, live on the market. I believe in all 3 steps. I believe I would almost never sell until step 3. All right, that's the difference between me and I'm not trying to pick fights here, but it's fine. It's on the internet, whatever. And Compass is that Compass believes you should sell stuff in step 1, and I believe you're almost always screwing the seller in that case. You know, I could go on and on about it, but you know, I sent out a LinkedIn article to everybody. It's some fuel for you to show is that the family that almost lost $100,000 by doing the office exclusive and selling, they had a property, and I'll summarize in 30 seconds. And 1.1 million was their amazing magic number. If anybody sold for 1.1, they were in. It was gonna be the highest sale in their neighborhood, and I was gonna take it, right? So the Compass, I just said, well, let's go office exclusive at 1.1. Somebody hits it, then, you know, great. Well, 2 people saw the house. 1 person offered them 1.1. They were like, this is amazing. Great, I'll sign. Then they started having remorse almost immediately. Why? 2 people saw it and somebody offered me 1.1. What would happen if 20 people saw it, right? Well, thankfully for them, the buyer actually got cold feet as well. I'm offering 1. Nobody else has ever paid this in this neighborhood before. I'm overpaying. Buyer backed out. They went back on the market, got 1.2 when they actually exposed themselves to the full market. They almost cost themselves $100,000. I'm not saying that's the case on everyone, but more times than not, you're going to get a lot better price point when you expose it to everybody in the room. If I just expose it to you 7 over here, great, we got great market share, we got 12%. Cool, one of you might like it. One of you might make me a great offer. But what if I expose it to all of you? I've got to do better than 999 times out of 1,000. Yes, ma'am.
And then you don't have, like us, we don't have to do it office exclusive first. We can do it open market.
Yes,
whenever we want.
you can.
That's our
Yes,
decision,
yes.
correct?
Yep. Now you do have to put it in bright as an office exclusive as soon as you have a listing agreement. That's their rule now, so that it's aware that it's a signed contract. But you don't have to market it to anybody. You have to show it to anybody. You don't do anything on the office exclusive period. But to me, selling it when it's fully open is the right way to do it. Extra exposure, great. But I'm not selling it until everybody's got a chance to see it, in my opinion. What are you guys seeing out there in the market today? I mean, Casey's going to go up here. He's going to give you a lot of stats here in a minute. He's got great data, and he's correct about a lot of things. But I'm curious what you all are seeing every day in your experience. Are you seeing listings sit, buyers competing, buyers not competing? Anybody done open houses in the last week or 2? What are they kind of seeing traffic-wise? What are you guys seeing? Yes, ma'am. I guess, sir. I looked at her and then looked back at you.
Sorry. So I do a lot of open houses, and for one, I'm seeing a lot more traffic on Saturdays now than I am Sundays.
Interesting.
And but on the other side, I've started to hear more people locally that have been laid off by the government.
Okay.
Starting to see. I hadn't seen them before.
Yeah,
but
we
now
didn't
I'm
see that a
hearing
lot. We
conversation.
heard a lot of buzz about that early, and then for 6 months, I would ask that every week at these. I kind of stopped because I wasn't hearing a lot of feedback about that. So you're seeing some of that lately?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You seen a couple of those?
Yeah, a couple.
Earlier, our stats said that we were kind of getting it both ways. We were getting some people that were taking buyouts or losing their jobs and they were moving out, so that was creating some inventory. But they were getting some people that were moving back in because now they had to come to work and they had moved to, West Virginia or the beach or wherever. Now they had to kind of get a property back in. So we were actually kind of seeing it both ways for a while, and it wasn't really affecting our market, so to speak, very much. So it's interesting that some of that you're seeing that pop up a little bit more. Anybody else seeing anything else different?
A lot more assumable listings coming up.
Yeah.
And I've been working a couple of those myself, so
Good.
it's nice to have that experience.
Yeah, I wish they would make conventionals assumable. That'd be great, huh? That's one. Oh, it's one trick to the trade. Actually, I'm gonna get on a side here. My golden nugget that'll never work. Well, I've been told it won't work. I don't know why. Still, is that would fix everything. Is if people could take their mortgage and transfer it like a portable mortgage. Like I'm gonna take my. There's no reason it shouldn't, right? As long as it qualifies. Like take myself. I like my house fine. I joke and I wouldn't move. Well, I have a 2.75% interest rate. Do you know what it would take for me to move to a 6.5% or 7% interest rate? Like, why would I? Unless I'm like my house is falling down, why am I moving? Right? If I'm staying in the area, like, it's thousands more a month just in interest between 2.75 and 6.75. But if I could take my 2.75, that note, let's just call it $500,000 for argument's sake, and I could move that to my next house, and then get a second loan or a top-up loan for $300,000 or $400,000 for the difference in the new house. Everybody, 3/4 of this room would move tomorrow. You know, how much more transactions would we have if we could take that? The bank's like, well, they'll lose. No, they won't. They're going to create all, because I'm not going anywhere now. They just got a new $400,000 note for a second. I'll take a second at 6.75, right? But I'm not moving. I'm not giving up my first, which is higher than $500,000, unfortunately, right? So that's the idea. Is that. So I'm a big believer in that, but I haven't gotten to the right people at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac yet to make that happen. But
When you do, let us know.
thank you. I pitched it to some people. I'm not gonna lie. You know, the only cool part about this place getting bigger is I get to talk to really cool people sometimes, and they're like, "Huh, that's the best I've got." I was like, "Why wouldn't that work?" I was like, "Can you make it work?" But
Keep bringing it up.
you know, I'm gonna go try to play golf with Donald. Maybe he can make it happen. So, Bethany, I know you love that one. So I don't know how I'm going to get that one through. But the portable mortgages, that could solve everything, right? All those move-up buyers could actually move up instead of being locked in their house for 10 years. I call it, you probably heard it, the golden handcuffs, right? Not going anywhere. I got that beautiful golden handcuff with 2.75%. I ain't going anywhere unless it's out of the area, right? Because it just doesn't make any sense at this interest rate switch. Other thoughts about the market or what they're seeing out there right now? Or general, yes sir, Vibs.
So what I see in the market now, really is testing going on for all the realtors, how to pricing. This property is sitting in a market, and this is a great time for a strong buyer.
Yeah.
Because, the market is soft. If the price is not right, property is sitting, you can do whatever you want, contingency and things like
Yep.
that. But if the price is right, still property going 30, 40K above the asking price within a 2 days.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's good. That's good knowledge. The other thing that we've heard, and I'm going to give Casey and Morgan credit back there, is some of the people that before, now it doesn't, I just made the argument why somebody like me wouldn't move. But one thing they can do for now is the idea of home sale contingencies and actually buying something bigger and getting a contingent on their home sale, people wouldn't entertain for the last 5 years, right? But now at least they're willing to consider something like that, because if I'm moving from a 800 to a 1.2 million, the 1.2 million might be quiet. They might be like, hold on, you'll buy my house? I just gotta wait for you to sell your 800? Okay, I'll make that bet. It's better than right now. I'm sitting here with nothing, right? Now they're probably gonna be on the market for a week or 2 or 3 before they consider it, but you never know. So that some more buyers are coming back into the game a little bit. The other one point I make with buyers, and I'm gonna close up and give the floor over, is I think a lot of you probably have buyers that are waiting on the fence. At least that's what I've heard a lot of, is we're waiting for interest rates to come down. Right, interest rates are 7 or 6.75 or whatever they are on any given day, right? The one point I would make to those buyers is this: I know that I know it's a fairly soft or buyer's market now where I can pick and choose and I can get home inspection contingencies and appraisal. I know what I can do today. If it drops to 6.25 tomorrow, or 6.25 or 6% tomorrow, how many people are running into the market tomorrow against me? So everybody tries to wait to time the interest rates, but there's thousands of others that are sitting there at the exact same spot. I'd rather buy right now when I don't have the competition than wait for a 0.5% interest rate jump and then compete against everybody and their mother that's waiting for that same 0.5% drop. I'm sorry, what?
Especially if school districts matter.
Yeah, especially if school districts matter, because then you get more competition. So that would be my one thought for buyers that are on the fence, because we all talk to buyers every day, and I know what the market is today. I don't know what it is 2 months from now or 6 months from now, But if it does drop down to 5.5 and you get your wildest dreams and you can afford that mortgage again, thousands of people are going to be competing with you. And maybe we'll get the inventory to balance it out, but I know it'll be more competitive for sure. All right, going to close with these thoughts. First of all, great job coming today. You've made the first step, which is trying to improve your business, trying to change things. What you don't change, you accept. Right? I messed up the line. Bethany, what was the line? What you don't change, you choose. What you don't change, you choose, right? If you don't change anything about your business, right, then you're just choosing that you're okay with it. So today you're here, you're getting a lot of education, a lot of great networking, a lot of great stuff, getting a lot of knowledge that'll hopefully help change your business for the better. So thank you for coming in, making the investment in yourselves first and foremost. Second of all, thank you. thank you to all of you. I don't get to see everybody all that as much as I would like to all the time because I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But thank you for all your hard work every single day to make Samson Properties amazing. Our reputation is so dramatically different than it was 3 years ago, and 6 years ago, and 9 years ago. It's because of people in rooms like this every day. Look, I work hard and try to do great stuff, but it's the people out there, you guys that are selling thousands of homes, doing a great job, being pros, that lift up our reputation in this market every day. And I feel it. I feel it in every room I'm in. When I walk into a room of some type of broker meeting or leader meeting, we're looked at differently. That's because of your hard work and your loyalty. So thank you so much for all of that. The last thing I'm going to say is, before here, Shanna was up here, and there's you guys all know there's one reason that we can offer the amazing deal that we do and the amazing value and all the stuff and all the coaching and the video and all the great things that we try to offer to you all to help you succeed. And it's because the support of Cardinal Title Group. Look, the $99 a month I know is tough, and the admin fees, but it's not paying all the bills, I promise you. But that support of Cardinal Title Group makes us amazing. So please, if you haven't used Cardinal Title Group before, give them a chance to earn your business. Nothing should be given in this world. Give them an opportunity to earn it. They will. They're fantastic. If you used them 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago, they are so dramatically better than they were. Not that they were bad then, but they're a great title company now. Please give them an opportunity to earn your business. For those of you in the room that I know are supporting Cardinal, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It's how we can have the company we have. It's how we can have the great staff that'll support you, the great teachers, the great stuff, all the beautiful offices that we keep adding to. We can keep doing great stuff, offering you the Real Scouts and the print centers and all the things if you could keep supporting Cardinal Title Group the way you are. So thank you so much for that. All right. With that, I'm going to do the introduction. I know Bethany's lined up too, but, I'm going to botch it. But, so for those of you that we have this pay it forward. It's on our mantra up here, right? And it's be nice, be professional. My dad's 2 golden rules, and then pay it forward. There's nobody in our company that pays it forward more than this guy. And I know I just used a lot of his lines. It's because I listen when he talks a lot, and he's smart. My Uncle Casey's been doing this for a long, long time, and he opens up his playbook. There are not many people that do $200 million more a year in business for his team and just open up his playbook and tell you everything he's thinking. Tell you his keys to success. Tell you his keys to pricing. Tell you his market knowledge. And he just is an open book. And I don't pay him one red nickel for that, right? We're going to talk about it. He does it because he really believes in helping to make everybody better. And that's so, it warms my heart to see that, right? So Casey's here, and he's going to drop lots of knowledge on you today, thriving in a changing market. And he's the first one to run to a mastermind and share his ideas with others and listen to others' ideas and have a great market discussion. So Casey's been doing it for a long, long time at a very, very high level, and he's got great knowledge he's going to drop on all of you. And I'm excited to bring up my uncle and my cousin, Casey Samson and Morgan Samson. They're going to drop it on you.
I'm known as Uncle Casey, everybody. Thanks,
Sorry. Oh, and Julie. How you doing, Julie?
She's here in my chair. I'm gonna sit to the side.
I haven't seen you in a while, Julie. Good to see you.
Thank you. Perfect.
You want to take a break? That was incredible information you got today from Donnie. I'm making notes in the back, little reminders of things that everybody needs. I tell my team, you've got to spend 10% of your time on education. Education is just going to stimulate you, give you that thought or something else you have to do. Today I'm going to start with this. Number one thing that drives real estate is, in your business, is conversations, right? You start conversations with people. Until there's a conversation, I don't have a client. What's the number one thing that's a conversation starter? Anybody know? The one thing that starts up most conversations. In fact, I would say the number one question that starts 90% of our business is, how's the market? How's the market? When you're talking to anybody else, it's usually about the weather, right? It's too hot, it's too cold, it's too windy, too much rain. But when you talk to somebody, and we'll do an open house, somebody can go, how's the market? It's over. It's over. Professionals like her are trained to take you down a road that there's no coming back from. We're going to take you down that road that's going to get you into a house. So today we're going to talk about conversations. We're going to talk about, I'm sorry, if my voice sounds a little weird, it is. It's going to be weird for another 2-3 weeks, I'm told, but it's coming back. But what we're going to talk about is how to thrive in this market. This is a changing market. It has not been like this for a long time. We're dusting off the old playbook, and it works. So let's go over a little bit of how's the market and how you thrive in this and what's about to happen. First of all, let's look here. In the blue, you'll see the inventory as it came out in Fairfax County for 2014, 15, and 16. The green, and the reason I color code them like this is I use administrations because each administration has their own policies. The administration here was Obama administration. You can see how inventory grew in our area. You can see during the Trump administration how it grew in the area. You can see what happened in the Biden things where we had a pandemic, we had interest rates go up, and we had inventory go down. Very dynamic period of over our period of time. Very educational, but this is what's going to thrive for us moving forward. Now, what does that mean? A price of a house in Vienna, 3,000 square foot house, was $1,098,000 back in 2014. With all this inventory, it was $1,087,000 8 years later. For 8 years, there was zero appreciation because there was high inventory. So what does that tell me? Well, high inventory creates competition. Competition keeps prices down, right? Whoa, whoa. Inventory goes down. What happened? Prices went up, nothing to buy. Prices went up, interest rates went up. The same house that would cost you $3,900 back in 2020 costs $8,300 today. Same house. Same house. Oh. Okay, got it. That's what she's here for.
Yeah, sure he does.
So right now we're looking at prices went from $1,080,000, which didn't go for 8 years, went all the way up to $1.5 million. Now what's going to happen? Right? This is why we're at a point in our career where it's like, what the hell's happening? What's going to happen in the future? Well, if interest rates go back down, and they are, what's going to happen to inventory? Inventory's going up. And when inventory goes up, what's going to happen to prices? Now, Donnie and I may fight and argue, which is good and healthy, because we all knew, first of all, it would be Wall Street. Second of all, buyers or sellers would freeze. If inventory is going up, and I'm talking to a buyer, just like Donnie just said, inventory, if interest rates come down, more buyers are coming out. That's competition for you. You need to get out and buy something now, before the rest of the buyers get out with lower interest rates. So I'm talking to a buyer, it is time, opportunity, it is time for us to buy right now before everybody comes out. We'll refinance later, but let's get out before all the buyers show up. Now, if I'm a seller, let me go back. If I'm a seller and I've got inventory, it's going to go up. What does that create? Competition. Now, you've got competition as a seller. We've got to get this house on the market before all the rest of these houses come on the market and dilute your price. I show this at every listing appointment. These are the first 3 screens the seller sees. If inventory goes up, prices get soft because we have more competition. And I usually show them something from 2015 that shows there's 55 homes in the market in Vienna and only 2 were under contract. That was right here. Right there. So what's going to happen now? We've got to educate them. It's so important. You know, Donnie says, well, we send out these newsletters and it's got a little market snapshot. Now, the whole thing is what's going on in the market. I pay somebody full time to go back and give me market statistics, tell me what the hell is happening. So when somebody asks Morgan, hey, what's going on? What's going on in the market? That's pretty good. Pretty good. Buyers are able to move up and buy homes contingent on sale of their old home for the first time in 6 years. Oh, inventory is going up. Inventory goes up, be more competition for houses. So we have started the conversation. What are you? You thinking about buying? You thinking about moving up? I'm thinking about moving up. We have not been able to do that in 6 years. She just settled on 3 transactions where a person came in and said, I want to buy that $2 million house, and I got a $1.4 million house to sell. Can I buy that house contingent on sale of this house? Yep. Yep. Have not been able to say that in 5 years. Yep. She put it under contract. We sold this in 3 days. You know the commissions on a deal like that? About $85,000, $90,000. So if you can pull one of those off, pretty powerful, right? Again, how's the market? Well, it's the first time in 6 years we've been able to move up and be contingent on the sale of our house. If I'm thinking of selling my house, well, how's the market? I'm thinking about selling. Well, competition is going to come shooting up, and as soon as interest rates come down, competition goes shooting up. Want to see a chart? You're going to have more competition. Best time to do is get out on top. Get out where we got as high a price as we can. Get out on top. So the word competition, somebody says, what are 2 words you learned from this? Number 1, conversation. Nobody's going to have a conversation with you while you're sitting in your house. Nobody. Your wife's already bought a house, or your husband already owns a house. They're not a client for you, right? I know, I got to watch out for this tonight. Look, she is freaking out. She's like, I'll stay back here, all right? I'll stay away from there. but you need to see it go down. All right. So I pay to have stats every week that are important to me, because when I'm dealing with a listing appointment or a buyer, I need these stats. So let's look at what's happening right now. The first stat I go for is 30-day inventory. What's happening right now? Well, 30-day inventory, as you can see in Arlington, is up 32%. So if inventory is going up 32%, or in Fairfax County 18%, it's happening, isn't it? We're going out back after that 7,700 level. It's coming. Hey, sellers, inventory, trending inventory is moving up. Easy for anybody to do. If you're a real estate professional, you need to know how is the market doing now, right? I don't care where you get your information or how you get it. I pay somebody to gather this information for me and give it in a format that I can hand to sellers. I can take the listing appointments. This is year to date. So trending, we're going up. But year to date, how are we year to date? Year to date, we're up, 18, 19, 20%. You can see all the different counties. They're all up, right? It's all happening. Just like I said, it went down like this, and look at it coming back up. Now it's coming back up. So we are on an increasing inventory, and what is that going to mean for buyers? You're going to have more competition, got to get out now. What's it going to mean for sellers? Going to have more competition, we need to get on the market now. Now, this is one that's very eye-opening. Really eye-opening. The first one is and this is Arlington County up here, Fairfax County below. So let's look at the year-to-date inventory. It's up. Looks great. Look, Fairfax County inventory is going up, right? Look at the year-to-date sales. 1408, 7264. Both of those are down. Well, so inventory is up and sales are down. Who needs to know that? Sellers. If I'm in with a seller and I'm going, this is very interesting. Inventory is up, but sales are down. So what does that tell you? There's not as much of a buyer pool out there. We have to be more careful. We can't go for 825. We got to stay at 800. Be lucky we can get 800. So my job as listing agent is to get the price down where I know it will sell. I've got to get the price down. So this second chart tells them that, you know, inventory is going up, more competition, but buyer pool is lower. They're going to announce, I don't know when, they're going to announce the fewest sales in 20 years or 30 years or 35 years or whatever. I know that, we know this now, don't we, Bryson? We know this a long time ago. We know that it's down. We look at every week. Every seller, every listing appointment gets that information. That's critical. Now, the next chart over is the success rates. So now follow me. If in 2020, 2022, 2023, 85% of the homes sold. If you listed 100 homes, 85% of them sold. Today, 67% are selling. 71% in Fairfax County is selling. Are you guys you guys are making sure I'm not flipping? You don't want to pick me up. That's the problem. So what I'm showing them when I talk to a seller is, hey, inventory's up, sales are down, look at the success rate. You don't have 85% of homes going to contract anymore. You have 70 or 67. It's going to get worse. As Bryson does these charts, that's going to go down to the 60s, in the 50s. And that is critical that sellers know, how's the market? How is the market? I'm getting ready to sell my house. How's the market? Well, maybe I should sell. House is soft, it's worth 1.4. I want 1.5. It's worth 1.4 because the market's going down. And if you don't like 1.4, you're going to hate 1.3. You might really hate 1.25. So basically what we got to do is, this is a function of educating sellers before we get on the market. And I'm going to tell you, if you don't hit the right price, if you don't hit the right condition, if you don't have the right mindset, if you haven't set expectations, you have a long road ahead. Long road. This is all about setting expectations. Yeah.
So you started off this whole discussion by telling the perfect market when somebody wants to sell and buy a different one. The example of 1.4 to $2 million. When somebody is moving up and you are having a script where you are telling them the same thing about the buyer or seller based on what you're telling, it's kind of contradictory when you're
No, you're not a salesman then.
No, I'm
You want to be a salesman? I'm going to tell you what you need to do. Okay? Why would I move up right now? Because you can. It's the first, you got 3 kids? You went from 1 kid to 3 kids? Got 3 kids? House too small? Been trying to get out for a long time? Have to sell your old house or buy a new house? Can't do it. How many people is that? What percentage of people out there want to move up but don't have any inventory to move up? They can't find any inventory. Do it now. If I can talk you into doing it now, it's $100,000. You can do it now. We go out and find a house that's been sitting in the market for 30, 40 days. We could buy that house, contingent on sale of our house. We sell our house in 3 days. I guarantee you I can talk that agent into taking that contract. They've been on the market for 30 or 40 days. How many of you have a seller who's been sitting in the market for 30 or 40 days? And I come to you and say, look, I'll give you a price. You give us a contingent on sale of his house. Here's the market evaluation. I can sell this thing in 2 days. Done. Done. We got a move up buyer on our hands. That's the most money you're ever gonna make is move up buyer, right? So I'm taking the information I have of inventory going up, sales going down, more inventory sitting on the market, sitting, not selling, sitting, and using that to show that we can actually move up. What's the opportunity? Move up. Yes.
So how would you recommend me going about convincing that seller in that scenario that in fact that home is gonna sell in 2 days? If my house has been sitting, if their house has been sitting for 30 some days and it's the market, how can I ensure that that market, you know, in that same market, this
Good
house is
question.
gonna sell?
That's a great question. How am I gonna talk them that, you know, your house isn't selling, but I can sell this one? Well, because I'm gonna go in with a couple things. Pricing model that shows that house is worth $1.2 million. We're putting it on for 1.15. If it's worth 1.2, they'll bid it up. So I'm showing, I prove that we're gonna put on for a price that's gonna get multiple contracts in the first weekend. And then I'm gonna show my track record of 87 houses this year, and most of them all sold within four days. I'm gonna convince him that it's safe for me to take that house. I'm gonna talk about this a little bit later on. The rules of engagement when we're talking about this move-up buyers, okay? I'm gonna talk about that in a second.
I can add on to that since it was a transaction that I just went through. So when you're talking to the other agent, you have to make them feel comfortable with what you're about to do with selling a home. So I went through, you know, all of our protocols, what we do with our predictive analysis, how we're gonna make sure we're on the number. If we're not, we're gonna immediately drop to this. Like he just said, these are all the homes that we sell. These are our average days on market. So you have to convince them that you know what you're doing and that they trust that you're gonna be able to sell that home.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Now we're at, go ahead.
Sorry, Casey. I want to pick on your brain. I'm an investor myself. So is this a good moment for investors to
No.
find the house, or is
No.
actually we should just
Yeah, freeze.
freeze?
Freeze.
Why? I just want.
Buy high, sell, buy low, sell high, right? We're high. I'm just telling you, prices are high. I just showed you. Where'd it go? When are you gonna buy? Is that high? Not when I'm gonna buy. So I would not be an investor right now. Move up buyer, sure. Sell the house, get out of town, sure. Go out on top as a seller, sure. But, you know, I'm just saying that right now, you have to look at a market. Every market has characteristics of inventory, prices, buyer pools, and has opportunities. Our opportunities now are move up buyers, buy without, you know, you don't need to just be a move up, a chance now to buy a home. You've had to bid and overpay for homes for the last 5 years. Go buy a house. I not care about buyers. I don't want to be around a buyer for the last 5 years. Now I love them. Now I love them. I love you guys. We're all gonna have a party. Let's go buy a house, right? Because we can. Because look, 30 or 40% of the houses are sitting on the market. Let's go find that dumb agents that don't know how to list a house, and let's buy from them. And when we do, I'll tell them what it's worth. We're going to beat the living hell out of that house. Right? That's what you pay me for. Okay. So let's talk about the market we're in right now. We're in a different market. It is tougher to sell houses. I've just said inventory's up, buyer pools are down, and you're going to get a listing. Right? You can't run. I'm sorry, you had a question.
Yeah, it's actually connected to this. You told us before about the price method. How do you adjust it now to the current market?
Tell you right now. Now we got to sell a house. Now, in order to be a sell house in this market, it's going to be tougher. It's not the way we've done it before. We need to change a few things. Now, what Donnie said was, and I give Morgan all the credit in the world for this. I didn't know how to tell somebody your house looked like shit.
You said someone else.
This house is awful. You know, what did we do? It looks okay. Yeah. Morgan walked in and goes, you have a very traditional house. Buyers don't want traditional houses. They want transitional houses. Something that has current paint, current hardware, current lighting fixtures. And I'm looking at her like, where the hell do you come from? And that has been our mantra. That has been what Donnie says. That has been what 6,800 agents have been told at Samson Properties. And it all comes from one conversation and one person. And that is when she sat down and said, it's a traditional home. They don't like that anymore. They don't want to buy their mother's home. They want to buy a transitional home. We need these colors. We need this paint. You know, we need this hardware. And we need these lighting fixtures. And that transitioned my whole business. She would take houses that look like that on top, say, that looks fine. No, it doesn't. She wouldn't allow it. Kelly wouldn't allow it. Their house looked like down below. new carpet, new lighting fixture, new paint, and they start popping. They started popping $100 grand over list price. They were moving, they were popping. So, you know, we found that by decluttering a house, getting current paint, update hardware, and key lighting fixtures, I can talk 10 out of 10 sellers into doing this. They'll walk in, they'll go, I'm not gonna paint. I'm not painting this damn house. I already painted it. Yeah, I don't wanna paint either. First thing I do, I can't help them drive the car unless I'm sitting in the car with them. So my first point, oh yeah, I wouldn't paint. Just paint it. But you know, now we're gonna start driving the car. I'm gonna grab the steering wheel. But you know, if we did spend $7,000 on paint, probably would return about 70. You get a 10-to-1 return, then like, they flip from, I'm not painting, to what color would you use? I'm not touching my heart. I'm not spending any money on this damn house. To what color knobs do we use? Brushed nickel, black, or bronze? What do you think is best, Morgan? What kind of lighting fixtures we put in here? Our ability to sell homes, our ability to do $220 million is because we started changing the way we outfitted houses and taking them from the top to the bottom. Now, if you look online at the homes that are sitting on the market, you're going to see a lot of the ones that look like the one on top.
And one of the points too is, you know, the sellers will say, well, you know, I don't want to paint, and it's like, well, neither do the buyers. So the buyers don't want to come in and repaint, and they have no vision. They're going to be looking at your house, you know, online, swiping through, and if your house looks like the one on the top, they're gonna go see a house that looks like the one on the bottom. So it's all about perception. I mean, the way that just a new light fixture can make the house seem updated over the gold light fixture.
I'll tell you the same line. I use the same line every listing appointment. You don't want to paint it. I don't want to paint it, but the buyer doesn't want to paint it. And the more buyers come in and think they have to paint, the fewer buyers are going to write contracts. If it was already painted, everybody would write the contract. So see how that transition. So this is the way it was, but you've got to change even further than this now. So the ones on the left, look at the lights, look at the walls, look at the wallpaper, look at the colors. The one on the right is the one that sells. These are updated. This is what it's going to be. There's more paint, lighting fixtures. They sell it premium. This is yellow. It looks yellow. That's old. This is definitely old. Can't have it like that. I show that to every seller. I said, who are we? Are we the ones on the left? Are we the ones on the left or the right? Because Morgan can make you the one on the right. Kelly can make you, turn you in the house right. This house is going to sell $200,000 less than this house. $10,000 paint, $1,000 for a lighting fixture, $500 lighting fixture, and the hardware is $2,500. $200,000 is a delta between a dated house and an updated house. Now, yours may be different. It may be different between $750 and $850, maybe $100,000, and then maybe it costs $7,000 to fix the whole house up. But our job is to talk them into this. Now, we can't go without it. There's too much competition. And now we've got to take it one step further. We don't mess with kitchens and bathrooms, master bedroom bathrooms. But if competition is starting to really get fierce, we got to start thinking about that, don't we? Now, what's the one thing that everybody's got in their kitchen that looks terrible? Uba tuba. It was really big in 79 or 80 or 90 or 95 in 2005, right? Uba tuba, dark granite countertops, or Flamico, or Korean countertops, whatever. What's the one thing we can add in that's not going to get us a 7-to-1 return on investment, but it's pretty much going to pay for itself twice over? Countertops. So now we have to start looking at it and going countertops. Now, when this whole market started to switch, I've probably done 3 times where I said countertops. And every time I goes, I hate that freaking countertop. It's like, yeah. It's got pink in it. It's black and it's pink. It looks awful. I was gonna do that when we moved in, I never changed it. Well, it's time to change it, right? We're gonna move it to a Taj Mahal. We're gonna move it to some kind of granite or Corian. We're gonna update that for $7,000, $8,000 bucks. Easily get 20,000, 25,000, but it's gonna help us sell houses. It's gonna help us get people in the house. So what's the changes? The changes, it's not just paint, hardware, and lighting anymore. It's paint, hardware, and lighting, and what do we have to do to make the kitchen competitive? Maybe it's countertops. Maybe it's painting the cabinets. Ugly ass cabinets, paint them. Put new hardware on them. Put a countertop on it. Boom! The house is lit up. So there's more emphasis, the reason I'm throwing this in, there's more emphasis now on how we're fixing up these houses. It has to be, if we're going to be competitive. Now, this is what's going to save you all. This will save you. It's a 30-day protocol. Before, we'd put a house on the market, somebody would buy it, and we'd all be happy, right? That was then. What is now? What's going on right now? It's not going to sell. And they're going to look at you and go, what's going on? What's happening? You have to have a plan. You need a plan. We're going to cast a very wide net. We're going to price it correctly. We're going to do everything we have to do, and we're going to try and get a contract in the first weekend. Now, only 10% of the houses now are getting that in the first weekend. 10%. So there's a chance. Now, as you see by our track record, we get it a lot, but not all now. Now a lot of them are moving through the process, okay? So the first week, if we've done our job, we got a contract. What's gonna happen? No contract comes in, oh my God, you said, not anymore. It's very simple, 10% get that, let's prepare for the 30-day protocol. The 30-day protocol is, week 2, we're going to monitor, talk to you, tell you what's going on, give you feedback from everybody that's out there. Some people don't want to compete and bid for a contract. So if you have a plan for week 2, they won't freak out. We're going to be patient. We're going to kill you with data. We're going to let you know what everybody's saying and thinking. Any potential contracts out there, we're going to contact you in week 2 and talk about that. Week 3. We might want to think about a contingent contract. Now we're in week 3. We might, you want your price? Because once it's been on the market, your price is going down. People are starting to think there's something wrong with this house. I can get that house inflated back up. If we can get a contingent contract, you give me my price, I'll give you your terms, as long as I can validate your house is a good deal. We'll talk about that in a second. Contingent contract offers, we start considering that in week 3. In week 4, on 30 days, we're dropping. We're not dropping $15,000 or $20,000. We drop $50,000 increments. $50,000 increments. If I overshoot it and we're a little low, then that person will bid it up, right? If you put it down to 800 and everybody starts fighting for it and bidding, you might get 825, 830. If we get 800, it's worth 800. Now Morgan is tenacious. I had a seller, we had 30 days. I figured it would sell for 1.2, it's not gonna do it. So I'm saying, hey, we gotta move to 1.15. Seller responds back to me. We'll drop it to 1.169. At this point, I don't have the energy to fight with him. I'm like, gosh, screw it. I don't give a shit. Morgan, no, we're going to 1.15. Morgan gets on the phone like a dog with a bone. Her and Colby start double teaming. We get it down to 1.15. We get a contract, full price, non-contingent, settle in 2 weeks, 1.15. We try and get them up to 1.6 or 1.65 by, hey, we got competition out here, let's get this thing better. No, I'm not going $1 over 1.15. So we hit the number. We hit the number. You must drop $50,000. That's just the way it's going to be. And if you go in your listing presentation, and this is a part of it, this is what we're gonna do all along. It was a plan all along. Remember I said, if we get to that week 4, we get to 30 days, we're dropping $50,000 and away we go. And I'll tell that story to any seller I talk to now. You know what, drop it a little, Morgan we have rules around my team. You don't break protocol. You just don't break protocol. So Morgan threw that in his face. Our protocol, if you break protocol, you're gonna have a problem. That's why we didn't sell in 30 days. You must follow protocol, $50,000. He did it, he got the contract, he's done in 2 weeks. Money's in the bank, okay? You must have a 30-day protocol right now in place before you take a listing. And he's got to understand it. We're not going to drop the price in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We're going to drop the price in 30 days. I need that time to let it soak. Now, 30 days, it's going to come along and somebody's go, I'll make you an offer on your house. I'm going to come in $50,000 low. If you've been out for 30 days, they're coming in $50,000 low, right? Well, let's beat them to it. Let's beat them to the point. Let's hit a brand new buyer pool. Why is it 50 and not 15? Because buyer pools set their search criteria at 800, 850, 900, 950, 1 million, 150. It's in $50,000 increments. If I go down $10,000, $50,000, I'm in the same buyer pool. I got no new buyers. And if you talk in those terms, I'm looking for the buyer pool. The buyer pool is at every $50,000 increment. So as Morgan goes back, Morgan goes, dude, if you drop it to 116, and again, I just don't have the energy right this second, but I just didn't have the energy to fight with this guy. And Morgan's like, I got him. You're breaking protocol, dude. We don't break protocol around here. Yeah, that's what got you to this 30-day period, by breaking protocol. And I could do it again.
At that point, it's like, then we just shouldn't drop it. Let's just stay at 1-2 then and see what comes along, because if we drop it once, we're not gonna hit the bigger buyer pool. We already know that. So we're just gonna have to drop it a second time. So wait another week for you to figure out that this isn't where it's at, and then we'll drop it to 115, so.
Or if your wife is beating you over the head, you'll drop it now. So she got it down and it worked. But what's happened is with this, and this is a brand new screen. Julie just created this, right? But this has been our protocol. I just don't talk about it. I haven't had to talk about this for 6 years, 5 years. But now, going beyond the first week, second week, third week, fourth week is a reality. It's a reality for all of us. It's a reality. If it's a reality for us, it's going to be a reality for all of you. Okay? It's just the way we're going to move in the next year or so where we're going. And I will tell you this, as inventory rises, this is going to be far more powerful. Remember I told you that when inventory is way up, there's 55 houses on the market and 2 were under contract? Yes.
You said, just for clarity's sake, did you say we broke 2 protocols?
Well, in the beginning, he wanted 125. I wanted to test 1-2. We tested 125. That wasn't it. We had to drop to 1-2. That wasn't it either. So the advice to everybody is there's usually 2 numbers, 125 and 1-2 and 125. We normally try the top number because that's what he wants, right? You were talking about 825 to 800. That's what he wants. Today, 800. I just showed you how difficult the market is. I demonstrated how difficult the market is. So it's 800. So the first break of protocol is we really should have tested 1-2, not 125. We got caught up. We found out that wasn't it either. We're way off. Had to go down 50,000. It did. Now, another one. Didn't another one we dropped $50,000 and get a contract on? There's 2 of them. Maybe it's Kelly's.
It might have been Kelly's.
Yeah.
But with Vail, if we would have tested 1-2 to begin with and realized that wasn't the number and then dropped to 115, then we could have gone off at 115 and then had, that big buyer pool in the first weekend and possibly had it bid up back to 1-2. But being on the market, we sat for a little, got a little stale, then we dropped to 115. Now that's what we got. So always better to get out of the gate the right number than have
Caution, 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 caution. We're not in a strong market. We're in a better buyer's market. It's time for us to be cautious. So let's talk about this. What time is it? 12:14. What time am I done? I gotta move. Then. Now, there's a second thing that comes up. We need to touch base with you on Tuesday and on Thursday. We never had to do it. By Tuesday we had the contract, it was under contract. We're just send it to the title company. But now, it didn't go under contract. We're going, Bryce is gonna come up with stats, Julie's gonna produce the stats, this goes right to the agents. So Morgan's will be able to send this out on Tuesday, that the inventory numbers in your area, how many people have seen it. This is the information I need to send to you. See this right here? This is all the counties we track. And this is showing you that year-to-date sales over a 6-year period, the average, are down 30%. So Morgan is sending these docs saying, hey, it's a soft market, all right? This is the inventory's up, sales are soft. Sales are down over a 6-year period of time.
And by Tuesday, if you don't go under and you send them the inventory, it's nice for them to see, well, why don't I have a contract on Monday? It's like, well, 6 new houses came on Friday, right when we launched.
Well,
and competition went up.
And there's your Thursday. Here's Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Thursday this is Vienna, because that's one of our markets we're in. And if you're in the $1 million to $1.25 million range, the under contracts, 50% of them are under contract. What does that tell you? Half the homes are not under contract. As you come along, the bigger the houses get, the smaller that number is. When you get to 1.75 to 2 million, only 23% of the houses are under contract. Now, these are things that I generated, but you can certainly send your own kind of information, how you want it formulated, but you take a picture of what I do. You have 23% are under contract, 8 out of 10 actually sell, 11 are active, 3 are contingent, and 1 is pending. Now, on this screen, I point out that the one that is pending is Brookstone, which is our listing. So there's only one listing out of 15, or 14, 15. One listing out of 15 is pending, ours. So we're looking here, this is under contract. You can see that the percentage goes down the bigger you get, and the days on market goes up. They freak out because they're on the market for 15 days. Until they see the average home on the market in that price range is 32. That's just the reality of the market. So however you send market updates, whatever you do, on Tuesday you should send them something. On Thursday, it's the market update. And then they can't sell because what are they going to do? Why am I not selling? Well, first of all, we have a 4-week, 30-day protocol. So we're in phase 2, and we're doing that. Here's the data you need as I'm working on these other buyers. I'm working on them, but here's your data update that you're getting. So you are not sitting there going, you don't tell me nothing, I never hear from you, what's going on? I have market stats. It's coming out every week, right? So just, I can't emphasize enough the importance of statistics of how is the market doing. You all in this room now know in Fairfax County, sales are up, or sales are down, and inventory is up. And we need to be cautious as a seller. We cannot be aggressive in this market. We're up on top. We got to get out with as much of this money as humanly possible. All right. So now we go to week 3. Week 3, again, is something we haven't done for a long time. Contingent contracts. We have rules of engagement on a contingent contract. So, first, I'm going to give you your terms, you're going to give me my price. Or why would I do it? I'm going to get my price, and that's why I'm willing to do this. The terms should be 30 days. There's a contingent contract for 30 days. Your home has to be active, not on the market, because it could go coming soon and stay on coming soon, or market in-house, whatever they call that from Compass. Just do that. Oh, that's on the market. No, active. Active in the MLS in 7 days. Your kick-out period. If I get a contract that comes in and kicks you out, you got 3 to 5 days to show that your house is under contract without contingencies, or all contingencies have been removed within 5 days, 3 to 5 days. So now, the other thing, somebody comes in, and I consider myself to be a pricing expert. They come in and they say, we got a house to sell. Really? Let me see it. What's the house? They show me the house, and I do my own pricing on the house. I look at it and say, you're going to put it on for $1 million, and it's worth $900 or $875. We're wasting our time. And I tell the sellers, we're wasting our time. Their house is worth $900. How do you know? You haven't even been in it. I'm telling you, it's $900,000 house. If it's great and looks great and updated, it's $950. It's not $1 million. So I either go to that agent and say, fine, you put it up for $950. It's really updated. You put it up for $950. In 2 weeks, you're at $900. In other words, you have to control what the price of that house is going to be. Real quick, one came to us, a $2 million house. They want to continue to sell their house. I'm looking at it going, you're $150,000 over where you should be. They said, well, we'll remove it. We'll remove the contingency and go on with the sale. We settled 45 days ago on that house. That house is still on the market. The house that they wanted to be contingent is still in the market. 45 days after we already settled on the house. Right? So I'm not putting up with that bullshit. We're not going to take a house that's poorly priced. Right? I mean, the seller has to look at me and go, oh, this is badass. You're not putting up with that. But you see, all of this we're going over now in the listing appointment. It shouldn't be a shock to you if somebody comes in. I've got a protocol for that. It's always got to be, I've got a protocol for that. The built-in price reductions after every 2 weeks. The lender conversations we have to have. We're going to interview the lender. If it's Bob's Mortgage Shop, forget it. If it's George Mason Mortgage, love him. Badass, love him. He's already got documentation. He's got everything he needs. He's already looked at his assets. In other words, I'm going to give you information. I'm not just going to say, okay, we'll just have the contingent contract. I'm going to make sure you have the right term, the right amount of days for the kickout, the right price, the right reduction in price if we have to. All of that stuff has got to be done now. And the seller has got to know, if we get into week 3, we're kind of anticipating this, right? It's not going to be a surprise to us. I'm anticipating it's coming. So this is a brand new screen as well. I haven't had to put this up for frickin' years. It's changing, guys. Opportunity. I'm going to send this card out to 5,000 people whose houses are assessed between $1 million and $1,250,000. And it says, our clients bought this new house, contingent on the sale of that house. And that house sold in 3 days. 3 days? Home sale is the first time in years. Don't miss this opportunity. Now, Billy, I saw Billy Samson walk through here, and Billy goes, are you sending that to my house? Because he's trying to move up to a big house from his house. It's like, yeah, it's coming. You can now sell your house contingent on, or buy a house contingent on the sale of your house. Now, because there's 40, 50% of the homes on the market that are unsold, we got a choice. Those guys are stuck. We're doing it. We did it, right? So this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Now, if you're in an $800,000 market and you list a house for $800,000, they buy a $1 million house. you're gonna make $25,000 on that. Whatever, 2.5% is not 18. Let's say it's $20,000 on the listing price. You're gonna make $45,000 if you can find somebody that wants to move up contingent on sale of their home. That was not an opportunity that we had 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 3 months ago. It's happening right now. This is the opportunity. We are turning our horn not only on people that are looking to buy, but people that have something to sell. That is called double header. And in this business, that's a good thing. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. You can cut that, Justin. That's just propaganda. That's Julie's propaganda she puts in every listing. We just nada. We're number one nada. We're good nada. Who has questions?
Casey,
Yes.
if you're a seller and the listing agent gets an offer, well, we get an offer contingent in the first week, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm going to tell them that, and it depends. It depends on a lot of things, right? So we really don't want it in the first week because we're still fishing. But what if nobody's biting? What if, and again, our protocol was we don't accept a contract till Monday, but we had somebody come into on a Friday and said, we are willing to pay you whatever, over less price, no contingencies, no home inspection, and our protocol is we're not taking anything until Monday. We took it.
You have to shift because you just have to feel the market again. So they came in, this agent had been calling me from the start. I knew that they were the buyer. They wanted this house no matter what. No one else was kicking down our door wanting this home. Didn't have a lot of showings, so when they put in the contract, they wanted it to be accepted or else, because the neighbor was on next door, same price, I knew that they were interested in that too. So you kind of have to figure out, you know, all right, well, if we don't accept this and wait till Monday, no one else is gonna be there, they're gonna swim away, so we're gonna accept it early.
It's
So-
like Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid. Can I move? I'm better when I move.
And it depends
all
on
cash?
what,
All cash?
it wasn't all cash, no. But, actually, it might have been, I'll have to check. But, as far as contingency is what I would do, if you have time, if you haven't already done your home inspection before your pre-inspection, if they had a home inspection in there, cause that, you know, probably is the number one thing that kicks out contracts, I'd say that's fine, come in and get your pre-inspection, because if you're already in week 2, there's time, get your inspector in there, you know, get rid of that contingency. If it's finance or appraisal, then I might consider that, but number one, I would have them do the pre-inspection before accepting anything.
And again, when we talk about preparing a home, we inspect every house prior to list. I do not want a home inspection. I want a 100-page home inspection report. We fix what we need to fix. If they want to get a home inspection, fine, but we can defend it. The answer to your question is, it depends. I would look at it and go, this guy's in a townhouse community selling 1 week, easy. They're gonna put it on for a price that's very saleable. This is an easy deal. I know ours is not as pretty as I like it. I'm not getting anybody calling. I'm really worried about it. Then I would consider it. But if I got a strong house, I know everybody's talking about it. No. So it really depends. You gotta move. Okay. Anybody got any other questions? Yes.
So did I hear you correctly in saying that you have a home inspector prior to?
Every time. I do not list a house without a home inspection. It is not negotiable.
Do you share that report? Or
Absolutely. 100-page. You can use it as a doorstop. It's massive. And it's very detailed. The guy has a laser beam on all the, I show him how detailed it is. Say, knock yourself out. But this is the one we have. Release your home inspection and move on. The agent doesn't want to do a home inspection. It's 4 hours of hell. They don't want to remove a home inspection contingency. They don't want the buyer to walk away. They want to get paid.
But we're also checking big ticket items. We're checking, you know, electrical, plumbing, roof. We're not checking whether, you know, the cabinet door is loose. So the inspection is just for the big ticket items.
Are you putting it in your disclosures or your?
Yeah, sure. Dale, if you want it, knock yourself out. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
They actually, so one of the things that we do is, it depends on the house. So we will have the report, I kinda keep it in my back pocket, and if people are asking to do their own home inspection, if you think that we're gonna get contracts in with home inspections, then yes, I use it. And it also depends on what's on that home inspection, cause he's legit, he's gonna check the home and see the system. So if someone's gonna come in and write non-contingent, then I'm not gonna bother giving you an inspection that might show something that, even though it's not a big deal, you know, they don't need to know that. So.
I would just say that as a part of a protocol, changing protocols, I'd probably throw it in there. Julie, do we put the home inspection in the document
We
section?
don't, they reach out to us.
We don't? I would start doing it.
It's,
So let them know, we're inspected. But they're not gonna read through all that bullshit. They're just gonna know, we're inspected. We're good. That is a plus to all real estate agents, if they see that. Anything else? I'm getting kicked out. Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
It's your world, we're just letting it.
Yeah. What, my finger wrong? You.
Do you provide them with, the items that have been fixed and updated?
No, we fix them ourselves and we just get a clean report. He comes back and the inspector will come back, look at them, check off they've been done, give them a clean report. That's all we gotta do.
So you do the home inspection and if there is anything you've been found.
We
like
fix
that,
it.
You fix it?
Mm-hmm. We fix it. If it's a major item, we're not gonna do nitpicky crap. 6-point inspection, electrical, heating, cooling, plumbing, appliances, stuff like that, roof. Yeah, yeah.
Still, with the adjustment of the pricing compared to what we did at last, let's say several years ago.
Yeah.
What the major thing you change in your pricing?
Yeah, good point. The major thing I'm thinking the pricing is, I'm looking more at what's under contract and what's pending, what those prices were, as opposed to what sold 3 months ago. I'm more focused on the current sales. I am focused on if it's between 1.2 and 1.25, we're going with 1.2. We're no longer testing a higher number to satisfy and placate a seller. You know, we must test it. If it's worth more than this, we'll get it. But I gotta know if somebody's coming. And one of the questions that Donnie had was, if we test at 1.2 and everybody's coming, let them run. Let's go. We're not gonna raise it. And there is no negative effect of dropping a house from 1.25 to 1.2. There's no evidence that that affects the contracts that come in. Okay, yes.
What happens when you do a home inspection and it comes something strong that's material defective?
We fix it.
But if the seller's not willing to.
Fix it.
Did you already?
Got a wrong realtor, man. Now, let me, hey, oh, just a sec. If we got something wrong, if we got something that's wrong, I'm not gonna sell a house that has defective problem, period. But we have contractors that will come in, fix it, get paid a settlement, and move on. We're not gonna sell a house that has a trust that's broken upstairs. We're gonna fix the trust. Okay? Not too much, yeah.
So in my area, I deal with a lot of well and septic.
Yeah, nothing you can really do about that.
My question is, do you, when you have well and septic, do you do that
Yeah.
inspection as well?
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I want an agent coming to my house to go, you know what? This house is perfectly priced and he can prove it. It's all clean and the colors are good, and the kitchen looks good, everything looks good. It's been inspected, so I don't have to worry about anything. I want agents to think if they sell my listing, it's clean as a whistle. Yeah.
At which point you introduce the home inspection before you sign the listing?
No. At the listing presentation, when I'm talking about preparing the home for sale, the home inspection is a full screen, says we will get a home inspection.
Who pays for it?
The seller. Yeah. The seller. If you don't wanna pay for it, if you can't afford $500, we got a real problem. We got a real problem. Or sometimes they won't want to. I'm gonna say this, the best listing you take is the one you don't take. They will kill you. They will sap your energy. They will take your energy, your time, your money. They will kill you. You've got to interview the seller, make sure we're all on the same page. Because if you're hiding something, I'm not your guy. I'm gonna be here for a long time, you're just a one and done. Yeah. What? You wanna use that too?
I love it. I'm taking notes back here.
He's listening.
Okay. What's the conflict of
The
interest?
seller opting the home inspection and paying for their own inspector.
Take it or don't take it, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I inspected it, he's a licensed guy, Bob is very thorough. If there's anything broken, he's gonna fix it. Here's the inspection report, go get your own inspection, I don't care. But if 3 contracts come in and you contingent on it, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win this one, okay?
I like the idea that you were gonna put it in the document section, I thought that you had done that
Yeah,
before.
I did too, I don't know. They don't tell me, they don't tell me a lot. Yeah, Morgan. I always thought it was the document section, I think it should be in the document
I think so
section.
too.
We're not trying to hide anything, I don't wanna tell them, I got one. They paid $500, stick it in there, shit, knock yourself out. Yeah.
Do you think this changing market applies to the whole DMV area?
I think this changing market applies to everybody. And let me tell you, if I bring that one thing back up, which each market is different, so each market is different. You have to really know how many are on the market, how many are under contract, how many are contingent, which I see AC as a bad mark. That means all these homes are going under contingent on some. That tells me you guys are in trouble. If it's pending, that's good. AC, bad. Active, very bad. Yeah.
So I saw in your video, I watched it a while ago, you shoot your pictures in a certain setting, what is it? that you have as a
Flamboyant.
photographer?
Flamboyant.
What is it?
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant photography. You have to do that because when you're looking at one of our listings, you gotta be able to know what kind of tree is that in the backyard. Oh, that's a river birch. Got it. Right? It's gotta come through that clear. Gotta be good. And we deal with a lot of more expensive homes, so those sellers are very hoity-toity. Gotta make sure their house is done just perfect. Flamboyant, you don't even know what flamboyant is? Yeah, they don't, nothing's better than to use a word that they don't know. This is flamboyant photography, it's the greatest thing you've ever seen. I'm gonna use you, they don't even know what that is.
I think he made the word up.
According to George Stanza, it's not a lie if you believe it. So I truly believe there is an animal named Flamboyant Photography. George Costanza. All right, anything else? Anything else? Ron, yes.
So do you agree on budget with your sellers?
What budget?
In terms of when you get the home inspection or when it goes to your listing presentation, is there a budget you agree in terms of things that must be done and it goes to the budget?
Yeah, well, when I go in, I say you're responsible for a home inspection up front.
Yeah.
You're responsible for any paint or anything else.
Right.
If you cannot afford it, our contractor will be paid at settlement. I deal with a lot of divorces, a lot of deaths, a lot of people that are, whatever. And I don't want a money decision to get in the way of doing it properly.
Right.
I have a very strong opinion that a home must be done correctly. And if you're not gonna do it correctly, I'm not your guy. And sellers respect that, and they like that.
I also wouldn't tell them if you can't afford it. I would just nicely say, we have a great option, or if you want, it's easier.
We do. We make it very nice. But I will tell you another thing, and I'll close with this. And again, I give Morgan a lot of credit. You gotta do what it really takes. So I'm sitting in a listing appointment, and it's a big house, and I really want the listing. I love this house, good house. Got a little yellow tint on the walls, and I'm like, oh shit. I hope Morgan doesn't say we gotta paint this. I'm saying, and the seller, we just painted it. I'm like, oh, this is gonna hurt. Because it's 6,600 square feet above grade. I'm like, oh, this is gonna hurt. Don't say it, Morgan. She goes, oh yeah, we're painting the house. Oh, we're definitely gonna paint the house. And the seller goes, what are you talking about? And he's yelling. Morgan goes like this. That's what your walls look like. And the guy goes, oh, okay. Now, normally, we'd all just go, okay, we're out. We did it, it cost $8,800. We got $90,000 more than we thought we were going to get, and we got 2 contracts, 1 walked and 1 stuck at that number. So I look at every seller and go, whatever she tells you to do, do it. Do it. Do it. Doesn't matter. Do it. She's your buyer. She's good. Yes. Okay, we good? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Casey.
Thank you.
We'll all be Googling Flambian several times today. I can
Yeah,
guarantee
somebody Google
it.
that. Is that really a word?
I can guarantee it.
I'll make it a word.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching everyone's favorite hour of the day, which is lunch hour. Or I should say lunch half hour. But before we get up and go, a couple of quick words from our lunch sponsor today. We have Missy and Bethany here. Bethany, it's so weird to say my own name in reference to another human being. Missy and Bethany here from Max House Price. Missy's going to talk to us really quickly about what the company offers, and then we are going to go eat the delicious lunch that they have provided. Let me pull this for you real quick, girl.
So I might be a little slow at this.
That's okay. That's all right. We're gonna pull it and run.
But I'm Missy. This is Bethany. She's hanging out info packets right now. We're with Max House Price, and we're excited to be a new partner with you guys. We're here to help you win more listings and sell houses faster. For those of you who don't know who we are, what we do, we're a general contractor. We're licensed in Virginia, Maryland, and DC. How do I go to next?
Push the little down button right there.
You see, I'm like,
You're good.
I'm gonna be slow.
You push it down.
Okay. And the info packet that Bethany is handing out has Donnie's pretty face on the bottom. But of course, you can either leave it like this
Don't do
or
that. Don't do that.
we can actually customize them with your individual headshot, your information. That way you can take them to listing appointments and use us as a resource for your clients. But basically what we do is we specialize in pre-list renovations. So we do kitchens, bathrooms, basements, painting, landscaping. Go ahead next. There we go. Anything curb appeal on top of pre-list renovations. Oh, and the most important part that I almost forgot is there's no money, your seller doesn't have to pay upfront costs. We get paid at close, which is awesome. So we fund and manage all the projects. We also do general renovations. So if you have a buyer that just bought a house that needs some updates, we can do that as well. As I said before, we're licensed Virginia, Maryland, and DC. These are all the counties that we work in. And then we just added some project examples so you can see before and after just what your clients can expect and the results that we give. And yeah, me and Bethany can stay for a couple minutes if you guys have questions during lunch, or if you have questions now, we're happy to answer. I also left my business card in the gummy bear treats that we're also going to hand out for you guys. So please contact us, free in-home estimates. Yes?
Do you guys check for the credit score of the seller?
So it's not credit score. You could probably answer that better, Bethany.
Yeah, it's done on equity, right? So we gotta make sure there's enough equity in the home for how much you're putting in. So we'll do a title search and get all that information just to make sure the numbers.
And if the house doesn't sell, you guys put a lien or what, how that
It's
works?
we get paid by a deed of trust for the amount of the renovation.
But if the house doesn't sell, then.
We've never had that happen.
Oh.
It sells.
That's a pretty good testament right there, I think.
I've actually never had that happen.
Yes, I would assume it would
Yes.
be leading.
It's a deed of trust, yeah.
It's a deed of trust.
Yeah, because you can't do mechanically until after you do the work, so we gotta put it on.
Just to follow up, I have a house that has two contractors that are gonna get their money at sale, but it's only if it happens within 60 days. After 60 days, then they're gonna have to pay. We're not quite at 60 days yet, but,
No, we don't have a time limit. We say in our contract that we talk to the agent every 21 days. We don't necessarily make you lower the price at that point. We just kind of have a conversation, like what's the feedback, what's going on. So there is no time frame.
okay.
We do have, if it's over $75,000, I think after 6 months, there's like a 1%.
1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
You guys offer like a free estimate, like?
Yes.
I know.
In-home or virtual, depending on what
Do
the
match
client wants.
price?
Do we match price? No.
Yeah. That's a good question.
He said, how fast can we move? So it really, it just
What was
takes.
this question?
Yeah, how fast, like, we can move, like, so once we get the estimate, we try to get the estimate back to you, like, if I come in and get the pictures and all the measurements, and, we usually get it back to you within 2 days. And then say somebody wants to move forward, it's usually about a 2-week time frame to get the, title work done and the deed of trust done, and in that time frame, we'll schedule a pre-construction block where, one of us, our contractor, project manager, we all come in, and then usually, as soon as the deed of trust signed, we can start. It just depends on how busy we are. Sometimes it might be a little bit longer, but usually we can get started in a 2-week time frame.
Oh, there's a question in the back.
Does the seller have an input on what kind of like materials that goes in the house?
Yes, so we have we have a designer on staff, so she'll say, give you choices. It's like, or she'll ask, usually, like, do you have an idea of what you want? Give me a picture, and then she'll give you the stuff that's in the budget, like, she'll find stuff that looks like it, or, so, a lot of the time, the agents and homeowners do have input. Most of them are just like, Natasha, who's our designer, do your thing, you know what to do. Yeah.
Does it matter if they still live in the home while you're doing the repairs, or do they have to be out?
No, it just depends on what's being done. I mean, we have it both ways. I mean, ideally, it's better when it's vacant, but that's not always the case. Yeah. Anyone else?
Follow up on that, so is that, how about clutters and all of that stuff? Do you guys deal with that too? Like I know.
We have, like,
it needs to be painted, but also have a whole lot of stuff in there.
Like trash
You guys
out,
have
like.
Junk removal.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, junk removal, all of that. We can pretty much do anything. There's also times where, if there's something that we don't do, like, I can't think, but like a driveway or something they need done, and depending on the scope of work, we can always add it into the pay it close, and we'll pay, and then we get a 15% admin fee on top of whatever that cost is. We've had it before where we've had to roll people's mortgages in. It's kind of, if they can't pay, then we can do that as well, but it's a case by case on those situations. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much,
Awesome.
ladies. Missy and Bethany will both be out there. Grab lunch. Again, thank Missy and Bethany for lunch. We'll get right back in here at 1 o'clock to start our next class.
Thank you. Because I forgot about the sign-up sheet for the info packet.
Oh,
But
do you have it out there?
I have it out there. Okay, so I'll just tell. Perfect.
I'll leave that up for now.
Thank you, because I would not. So sorry.
Casey, like softball, you guys. I know, we gotta get this back.
Checking, testing. This is about the volume I'll be speaking at. Testing the microphones. Testing, testing. Good? Yeah, no worries. Absolutely.
Justin?
Do you have those little waters by any chance? A little- Further ado, Jonathan, go ahead and take it away. You got your clicker here. Thank you, yeah.
To go.
Wonderful. All right. Cool. Good afternoon, Samson. How we doing? I know we just ate lunch, and I know what happens after lunch. A coffee, yes. Do we have more of that anywhere in the room, right? Let me make sure this works. It does. Fantastic. Well, look, I want to quickly introduce myself. I've got 45 minutes, and if you give me the next 45 minutes of your time, without falling asleep, thanks to coffee and other sources, you're going to learn a lot about how to grow your business. I use the 500K mark loosely, but there's a specific purpose behind it. If you get to that point, you are in the 1% of this industry. Now, that may not be your goal. And I'll concede, the people I coach with, sometimes they all want different things. Some want to be a multimillionaire. Some just want to run their business on their terms without working 1,000 hours a week. And that's not tied to a revenue goal. But what I do find is those who are in the 1%, the ones in their industry that are in the 1%, are the ones that run their business in such a way that even if that's not your outcome goal, you will greatly benefit from taking what they do and trying to recreate it in your own business. And so when I say $500,000 formula, I'm really talking about the process, the systems, the structure, and most importantly, the opportunities through deal flow to create the income in business that very few ever get a chance to do, but I know is available to all of us. And so I am a business coach. I work one-on-one with people to double their income inside the next 12 months, to 4x their lead flow. It's curated to the individual based on their strengths and everything else. But at the core, I'm here to just show you the playbook of what I find working for my coaching clients today, so you walk away with a ton of value. And again, I have something to share with you at the end. If anyone likes what they hear today, they're going to want to stick around for the last slide. But I'm going to be on time, not overtime, because I know your time is very valuable. So before I do that, sincerely, I just want to ask the question to see if we can wake up the room. Down, not up. Okay, cool. If we're not friends on social media, this is where you can find me. Just let's be pals on social media. If anyone wants to find me on Instagram, Facebook, I don't do Snapchat. I think that's weird for realtors, my opinion. But I do a little TikTok. It's not that interesting. But you can find me there. So please, let's be friends on social media. If you like what you're hearing today, I've got a lot of cool free resources always tied to my social media accounts. So that's a way we can stay in touch. But before I get into the $500,000 formula, sincere question. No wrong answers. Who here is sincerely interested in growing their business inside the next 12 to 18 months? Heck yeah. Let's go, Samson. This room is full of exactly who I'm talking to then. The reason I say that is I understand how hard it can be right now, especially with the market we've had for the last couple years. But I also understand there's a massive opportunity for those who are truly committed to that path. And so listen up, get inspired. I'm available to you. And at the end of this, there's a way to stay in touch that I think will be pretty neat for some of you. All right. Ooh, wrong direction again. I'll get this right. Here are the 4 things we're going to talk about today. First, opportunities versus obstacles. They look a lot alike, but they're very different. The second thing is the 3 ways that I find agents Again, I coach a lot of different agents, all with different goals, but the best ones don't make these 3 mistakes. So I want you to check in with them. If you're feeling that some of these are applying to you, I encourage you, based on what we talk about today, to reevaluate and go a different direction potentially. Because often what will help us grow is helped only because we stop doing things that are hurting our growth. Like you can have a growth goal, pick a relationship for that matter, but your business. And yet if we're doing things to self-sabotage the goal, it's like you're fighting upstream. So I want you to try to check in on some of these. The other thing is the $500,000 blueprint. Like what's the structure behind growing the business and running it like the top 1% do? And last but not least, it's 4 scalable, tactical things you can do, like today, when you walk out of here, to actually grow the business. Now I'll concede, each one of these things we can talk for days about. And I'm gonna give you like the quick, dirty, it's gonna move fast, and if you have any questions, I'm here to stick around afterward, but also let's stay in touch. I want you to be inspired and also have some tactics to walk out of here with. So, based on that, who feels like it's a tough market? Just a show of hands. Like tough to get things done, yeah. I mean, give me some of the reasons you find it tough right now. Just like, you don't even have to raise your hand, just start shouting them.
Tire kickers.
Yeah, well, a lot of those.
Just because of rates and they can be more listings coming in the market making them other.
Yep, a lot of people that are curious, not committed to buying a house. A lot of curiosity, commitment's a different thing. I'll challenge you in your business. Are you curious or are you committed to growing? There's a big difference between how those two behave, just like your prospects. What else? What else?
Buyers concerned about income, stability, job stability in this area.
Right, they're getting doged and stuff in this area. Love or hate it, it's happening. People are losing their gigs. Employment is good for real estate markets. In our area, we've seen some instability there. Not a political statement, just a fact. Who else? Unrealistic sellers. Who knows some of those? They think it's 2022 all over again, right? They think rates are 2.5%, and there's going to be a line around the block when in reality, we're not playing that game anymore. Challenges are real. Anything else? Yeah, well, there's all of that, plus something that I think we all should just acknowledge. I'm going to use 2024 numbers because the 25 data isn't out yet, but I can tell you this is true of both. In 2024, there were only just over 4 million transactions in the United States. That seems like a big number, doesn't it? Well, when you think about it, that's actually 30,000 fewer than 2023. Who was here for 23 and felt like that was a tough market? I mean, rates stunk. They got up to 8%, like all the things. Well, we now have 30,000 fewer homes than that last year, and this year kind of feels like a continuation. We'll see. The second thing is 50% of your competition, or maybe you, sold 1 or fewer homes last year. I mean, that's a tough number to reconcile. Maybe that's you, maybe it's not. But half the industry couldn't even get more than a deal done, where 70% sold fewer than 5. So that's the reality. That's the reality. But what's so interesting about the challenges is that there's massive opportunities because it's hard for everyone. Like when I coach people and say, my market's so competitive, so is it for everyone. My market is saturated, the rates, it's hard for all of us. And so where we focus tends to be where we behave. So if we're focused on the challenges, just think psychology here. What are you going to do with your behavior if all you see is hard and impossible?
Manage your expectations, setting expectations for the people.
Yeah, but think about your own business. If everything just looks impossible, what are the chances you're going to wake up and take the actions?
Oh, none. You're going to procrastinate all day long.
Yeah, you have your ultimate excuse. Not going to work, not going to work. Rates got to come down first. You know, like all the same excuses. So with every challenge, most people focus on that. But if we start focusing on the opportunities, it's incredible. Now, I'll make something even more depressing before we move into what we can do about it. If you look at the last time we saw this type of market, with this few of sales, it was 1995. Bill Clinton was president, playing saxophone on late night shows. It's a long time ago. Some of you were, I think we're all born by 95, but if not, many of you were not anywhere near this business yet. Well, what's so crazy about 1995 is that there were 80 million fewer people in the United States in 1995 than there are today. So to have the same amount of sales as 95 in 2024 with 80 million fewer people, this is an incomparable type of market. In addition, there were 1.4 to 1.5 million realtors licensed last year against 4 million properties. The crap's hard. You're right to feel frustrated. You're right to feel like there's not much you can do other than what it is you're doing. But I can assure you, There is. And so we're going to talk about it, but I want you to present yourself with the idea that where you focus, your energy will flow. Where you focus, if it's the problems, guess where your energy is going to flow? The more problems. If it's into opportunities, you're going to find them. But a lot of us, it's just an attention problem. And so I challenge people I coach with, are we looking at what's hard or what's possible? This is not a game of guarantees. It's a game of possibilities. And where we focus, it tends to move. And so the way that we do this, there's really only 3 ways to create, to do business, by the way. You can wait for it. That's the area of opportunity. Because most agents are doing what? Number 1, they're waiting for the real estate gods to gift wrap them seller and buyer prospects that are willing to do deals. They're waiting for this to ring, but they're not doing anything special to make it ring. So that's a huge opportunity, but it's a play. You can continue doing that if that's you, or start doing it if you aren't. The second thing is you can purchase it. Anyone ever get calls? Buy my zip code of leads and we'll... It's very expensive, and what I struggle with is when you stop paying for it, it stops. It's like the faucet turns on when you pay, it turns off when you don't. It's hard to grow your business with a faucet that goes on and off when your credit card stops. And last but not least, there's creating it. What we're going to talk about today is that. We're not waiting, nor are we buying it. But make no mistake, the massive opportunity is in the fact that most people are waiting for their phone to ring. So do otherwise, and you are in a disproportionate category. That's just my biggest takeaway today. I'll give you exactly how to do that. But is this making sense? Does this make sense to people that are actually saying, I want to grow my business, but I don't know how? Is this framework starting to make sense? I love it. So who's ready to actually walk out of here and do something different? I mean that sincerely. If you knew what to do, would you do it? Yes. I'm hearing some yeses. Then let's take 35 minutes to talk about it. All right. I'm going to get this clicker right eventually, but in the meantime, I'm going to do this with this finger. Let's talk about the growth killers. Check in with these first. If you are doing any of these, I want you to check in with yourself. Branding, marketing, they are not the same thing. Let's make it clear. Marketing, action. Click on this to receive that. Click on this for a free market analysis of your home's value. Branding is a beautiful reel on social media with no call to action, just saying, look at me, I'm beautiful, I'm great. It's back in the day what used to be the billboard on the side of the highway that just says, licensed realtor. Branding. It's passive. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with building a brand. I hope you all are thinking in terms of what your brand represents and how you brand yourself. You are the product, you are the service. But make no mistake, if you're short on deals, if you're at 10 and want to get to 20, you're not going to get the 10 through more branding. It will be through marketing. And so a lot of agents I coach with, when we audit their business, we look at it and they are branding, they're spending money on branding. They're spending effort on branding. They're running in circles and no deals are coming up. And I say, well, what about these things? Oh, I was told I don't need to do that. I shouldn't do that. And I'm like, marketing is the way to change your business now. Once you get to 24 deals, this is my belief, 2 a month, it's a pretty solid business, isn't it? If you got paid every 2 weeks, how would your life change? Just like your W-2 friends, or anyone who used to have a W-2. What was it? Like, it stunk to have a boss, but it was great to have that check show up every 2 weeks. In my business, that was priority. And once I got to 2 deals a month, especially in this area, even if they're $200,000 properties all the way up to $2 million, regular revenue changes everything about the way you focus on your business, I promise you. So if you're short on that, and that's a goal that you think is worthy, you're likely not going to brand your way to it. The people that are really good at branding are the top producers, like myself at one point. I'm here as a coach, not as an agent, but I got to the point I was doing $50 million in revenue. I could do a lot more branding and move my business forward that way, but when I was on the come up, it was all marketing. So check in with yourself. What marketing is in your business? I gave you a few examples here, but there's lots of it. The second mistake, oh, let me actually move this forward. Yep, cool. The second mistake, treating your leads like they're friends of yours. How many people here sincerely work primarily with friends and family and referrals? Like half the room? Half the room? Well, what's so cool about those type of leads? Shout it out. What makes that an awesome phone call to get? You were referred to me by my best friend. When can we meet? What's so great about that? They already like you. They already trust you. Why do they trust you? Because they trust the person that introduced you. What's so great about working with a client for the second time? They already know you, they already like you, they already trust you. You've gone through the, I'm not going to curse, you've gone through the stuff to get to their confidence. The bullshit, right? I didn't want to cuss. Once you win someone's confidence, it gets a lot easier to work with them. Now, if you're lead generating, I call that as working with strangers. Leads are strangers, sphere of influence you've never worked with before, but they might cut your hair. They might be your kid's friend. Sphere of influence at church, you know them, you've never done a real estate deal, or past clients, I'm helping you for the second time buy, sell, or rent. Those are the only 3 types of categories of people you can grow your business with. Anyone have a fourth? Yeah, what's the fourth? Leads. Anyone else? So strangers, sphere of influence, you know them, they know you, but you've never done real estate deals, or helping someone for the second time. That's it. And so if you start talking about growing your business through strangers outside of your network, we can't treat them like we treat the referrals that we get. Does that kind of make sense? They don't know you yet, they don't like you yet, and they sure as heck don't trust you yet. And yet a lot of people I coach with say, well, I called the lead back and they didn't call me back and so I gave up. I'm like, no, they don't know you yet, they don't like you yet, they don't trust you yet, and in fact, you have to get through the hurdle of getting them to know, like, and trust you before they're willing to do something with you. And so the way we approach them has to be different. Is this making sense? If you have an open house lead walk into your open house, they're what, a stranger before you met them. Can you treat them like you can the gift wrap referral your friend gave you? No, you can wait for the friend to call you back, but you probably got to call them a few times because they don't know you yet and they don't care. You see what I'm going for? So let's not treat our leads like we treat our database. The third biggest mistake, and by the way, before I go on to the third, does anyone find themselves guilty of 1 or 2? I've been very guilty of all of them. This is not judgment in the least bit. I had really good mentors put their foot in my you-know-what and say, stop doing that. That was a wake-up call. Anyone feel a little more awake on how they're approaching their business so far? Cool. Well, number 3, if you aren't awake yet, this is the most important, but it's one that we all need to take more seriously, especially in a market like we're in. Inadequate follow-up. Who am I talking about again? Am I talking about your past clients? Am I talking about your sphere of influence, people you see every Sunday? I'm talking about the guy or gal who walks into your open house. All of the fortune, you hear this often in this business, but I'm going to articulate it in simple terms. All of the fortune is in the follow-up. It's not in the connections made. I could lead generate for days, but if I don't have the right follow-up strategy that builds the what, liking, the knowing, the trust, where are we going? Why do people give their credit card to lead generation companies, try it, spend 10 grand and say it didn't work? Not because they didn't find you leads, probably. Maybe they didn't. Sometimes they don't. Many times they don't. But let's say they did, and yet, goose egg. This is why. This is the entire reason, I promise you. And I can tell you this because the data is crystal clear. If you had to guess, now NAR, I'm not a huge fan. I'll just be honest. They're just out there losing lawsuits for us. They're not doing us many favors. But one thing they do correct, in my view, is they keep good statistics on this industry. Thank God. According to NAR, what would you think the average agent takes to follow up, meaning like return a phone call on a sign call, like a lead or prospect coming in your business? What do you think the average time it takes from that inquiry to when they're contacted by that agent? It could be in minutes, hours, or days. Take your pick. How long do you think, on average? 40 hours, on average. Now, no one in here is average. I know you all get back to them within an hour. But just know, going back to half the industry did 1 or fewer transactions last year, the average agent takes 40 or more hours to get back to a lead or prospect. Now, it gets worse. It gets worse. But again, opportunity and bad. How many agents do you think give up after one attempt? One attempt to follow up with a lead or prospect? 50%. It's 44 point, but the point is 50%, half. I like rounding up. 2/3 will not get to 3 follow-up attempts. Now I understand this. Let me ask you a question. When, let's say you inquire with a business that you're considering hiring, let's say renovating your kitchen, and you're busy as heck, you're chasing kids, you're chasing clients, you got lives. If you don't get right back to the person, do you hate that person Are you just busy humans? So what if they just try you once, you don't call them back, and they never contact you again? It's not unnecessary. If they tried you 3 or 4 times over the next 2 weeks, would you be pissed off about that? No. You would probably be like, oh, my bad, I meant to get back to you, but thanks, because you're the one who inquired, right? You asked for something. I'm not talking about cold calling people. I'm talking about returning calls. You see what I'm saying? I wanted information that you said you had. You're not angry at them. You're just busy. So wouldn't it make sense that if our leads don't get right back to us, it's not because they hate us. It's not because they hired someone else. They're just like the rest of us, busy. And so 2/3 of agents get to number 3, or won't get to number 3, so 1/3 do. And the 1/3 that get to number 3, they say, well, I'm not going to call someone a 4th time or try to text them back a 4th time. I've been ghosted, Jonathan. I've been ghosted. Really? Are you just ghosting people because you're busy? You're not. We already answered that. So here's the crazy part. 5 follow-up attempts, less than 10% of the industry. Less than 10% of your colleagues will follow up 5 or more times with the lead or prospect. And if you think that's because only 10% of this industry is crazy, you're dead wrong. Why? 80% of leads or prospects said that they needed 5 follow-up attempts before a buying decision was made. 80%, that is 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 need 5 or more attempts before they sign a buyer-broker agreement, before they sign a listing agreement, before they agree to meet for coffee, before they meet you at the thing, right? 80% of your leads need how many? How many agents go to 5? 1 in 10, maybe. You kind of see where this is going. Why are agents struggling to grow their business? Well, it's just fortune is in the follow-up, but it really comes down to your leads and prospects need something different from you. And here's the worst part, 66%, that's 2/3, require 3 or more months. So if you call 5 times in 5 days, you're better than average, but you've missed an opportunity, which is time. So all of this starts to paint a picture, right? If I want to grow my business and I want to generate leads, and I'm not willing to just continue to accept what the real estate gods are willing to give me, I got to be willing to go a little bit different than the average person. And I just told you what average is doing. So if you're asking yourself, how can I make more money? 5 follow-up attempts over 3 or more months with everyone that inquires with your business. If you have a CRM, you set that action plan up to remind you. If you don't, get a CRM and set up an action plan to remind you. But that's the reality of the situation. Now, if you do that, you will find something happening very quickly. People that you thought were gone come back around and you think, wow, that was really cool, I'm glad I did that. And you all of a sudden get excited to do it for more people. And you stop taking rejection as an indictment on your business and you start eating it for breakfast. Because you're like, I know I gotta get to 5. I'm only at 3. We got another week to go to 4, 2 weeks to 5, I'm gonna get you. It's amazing what you can do when you start framing the problem differently. So, that's just how I see the landscape. And the second biggest problem with follow-up, and I'm just going to give you the trick right now, is that how do you think most agents follow up? How do you think they mostly do it? Like, let's say I called you because you inquired about coaching. How do you think the average me would contact you? Just checking in. You contacted me on my Google page. Just checking in. How many people are guilty of saying just checking in when you're calling back a lead or prospect? I'm glad to see some no's, but I can tell you, the average person I coach with, just following up. That's a fancy way to say I'm just checking in, right? Just circling back, right? It's all of that. It's all that in a nutshell, okay? All of it means the same thing. Well, guess what I'm doing? I am saying what you're doing is less important than what I need, so I'm going to bother you, interrupt whatever it is you're doing to just what? Check in. Please answer my question. Do you want coaching? Do you want to go? You're like, I'm cooking dinner. Leave me alone. Right? That's the reality of most follow-up. So if you're just saying, I'm just checking in, and your leads are ghosting you or hanging up on you, second problem to solve. Let's do better. The average struggles with this. Yes, ma'am. Just by making a phone call. What did that cost you?
It didn't cost me anything. And she
Can I record that and play it for some clients I need to meet with today? I got a few meetings this afternoon that need to hear your story, okay? Well, come see me after this, please. Brilliant.
It was my first listing after coming back full time. So,
And it seems like it's going to pay you all right.
yeah.
$1 million bucks. I mean, whatever you're charging is better than, you're doing good. That's what's so crazy about this area. I just want to make a note. Like, I coach people in Wisconsin, Florida, like markets that do not have our advantage. A cheap house is what here? 400 grand? Y'all look down at that sometimes. Maybe none of you, but people I know. The opportunity is amazing. I remember how excited I was to get a $400,000 listing in 2005. I was like, man, I'm rich. I'm making 10 grand. Like, I really felt like that. And making 10,000 on one sale, I'm doing the math. I'm like, if I do 30 of these a year, that's like more money than God, Now we look down and call them back once. Oh, they didn't get back to me. Screw it, they're $400,000. Like, stop. If that's you. And if it's not, you're good. The second thing that I want you to consider, though, is rather than just checking in, what can we do better? I'll give you 2 tactical things you should do with all of your leads, all your prospects today, tomorrow, whenever you're following up next, because it transcends checking in, but it also plays on one of the most powerful tools that you have in your toolkit. Are we robots or AI? We're in the human-to-human business. Would we all agree? And I think that's what Redfin got so darn wrong. That's what Zillow iBuyers got completely incorrect. We're not a commodity. We're not a service. We are something that is human to human, one person impacting another. This is led by the heart, led by the spirit, human to human, helping people through what I call their phase of transition. Every single client you help buy or sell a home is going through some phase of transition in their life. It could be death. It could be birth. It could be divorce. It could be relocation. Make no mistake, everything has a story behind it. Whether you get the full story or not, that's our job. We're guides through a period of transition. And those who can tap into the human element of this journey are the ones that own the future of this business, not some damn algorithm. It's not going to work. Not going to work. So in our follow-up, shouldn't we try to tap into that? I'll give you the 2 most powerful things we can do to do it. Thinking of you or FOMO? Thinking of you or FOMO? Now, you can take a screenshot of this email, or I'll send the slides out so you don't have to. This is an exact email that one of my coaching clients sent, I guess now 3 weeks ago. This lead said that they weren't going to buy a place until, best case, late this fall, but probably next spring or summer. They're having a kid, things are happening, we're just going to put this home search on hold. They started in the spring, got outbid a few times, and just put it away. Well, my client wrote, and maybe I helped her write this. It's what I do for my clients. I liked it. But she gets all the credit. She used FOMO and thinking of you. Leverage both. You don't have to do both. This lead responded to an email that said, yeah, tell me more about that. A couple days later, they're looking at houses. Now they're under contract closing this month. $800,000 buyer. She's going to make about $20,000 on that transaction this month where she had no deals coming in. Because she sent some messages. That wasn't checking in, it was this. And so here's the reality. If I came to you and said, you have $100, right? Let me do a different one. This is real. If I said anyone who signs up for coaching, it's $100,000. It's not. But I'm going to guarantee you $1 million, or I'm going to make you a millionaire. Or you have $100,000, it may or may not work. That's what you're thinking. That guy might be completely crazy. How many people do you think would take me up on the, give me 100 grand, I'll make you a millionaire? Most people are like, no thanks, I might lose $100,000. We are driven by what we will likely lose. When you look at a restaurant, are you looking at the 5-star reviews or the 1-star reviews before you have dinner? You're looking for the 1-star. Why? What's the worst case scenario? What if I dine there will happen in the worst case scenario? A cockroach in my burger? I want to know that. You're not looking for the chef is great, you're looking for the roach in the burger. You see what I'm saying? Your prospects are thinking the same thing. So fear of missing out, or fear of loss, said differently, is a powerful driver in humanity. So if we say, look, there are awesome properties that are sitting on the market that shouldn't be because it's summertime, because whatever. Are you curious to know more? Or I found this great deal. It shouldn't be there. I'm not sure it's perfect for you, but it made me think about you and wanted you to have it. Would you like more information? That's an amazing, well, what is that deal? They start talking to you. If you have a buyer lead right now ghosting you, try it. Hey, I was doing a search for a different client. and I came across something that I'm not sure checks all the boxes, but boy, is it a cool opportunity. People will write you back that have been ghosting you, promise you. And this thinking of you, what does it do? It builds those bonds of reciprocity. People tend to give to people that give to them. You know what I'm saying? Just checking in, bothering you, thought of you, wanted you to have it, very different dynamic. Here's an example of thought of you, wanted you to have it. I'm helping a different seller client, but I drove by your place a couple times and it made me think of you. And I know you said next spring was the timeline, but we're going to generate a lot of buyer interest from the sale that's nearby you. And I just wanted to let you know that you've been on my mind. And obviously, if you're open to selling sooner, I'd love to tell you more about it after we get these, the list of buyers looking at my listing. If you're missing out, but also thinking, it's a powerful tool. Just try it. Believe me. This is making sense? So to recap on follow-up, and then we're going to blow into the tactics. 5 over how long? 3 months. If you just do that change, 5 follow-up attempts over 3 or more months with everyone who inquires about working with you, or sign calls or open house leads, you're going to be in the sub 10% and grow your business. And if you stop checking in and start thinking of people or giving them things that they might miss out on if they don't talk to you, you'll find your response rates go way, way up. That's the whole game. You do that, I promise you, you're going to sell some more houses this year. Before I keep going, does anyone have any thoughts or questions? I hope this is making sense. Okay, get some head nods if it is. I know lunch is sitting heavy,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Not to pick on that message, but do you prefer these kind of long messages or more direct messages when you are dealing with?
It's a darn good question, and my answer is try both. See what works best. I'm a test. You know what's so interesting? People, when I was in real estate 2016, people said, you got to get on YouTube, you got to do it. And people have no attention span. It's got to be short form. And all of a sudden, 30, 45-minute YouTube videos became the norm. Oh, you got to do long form now. You got to do long form. Well, now people are saying 90-second reels. It all works. It works differently for different people. So try different things. There are some people that need a little bit more sizzle on their steak. You know what I'm saying? And there are others that give me the steak. Try both. My recommendation, by the way, when you're following up, call, text, email, call, text, email. Rotate between those 3. If you text a caller, what happens? If you call a texter, nothing. But if you text a texter, they'll write you back. So rotate between the 3, different messages, some long, some short. In this case, I think my client wrote a good email for that situation, but you discern and try different things. Cool. That ends the mistakes. I want to dive into growing the business stuff. But before I do that, want to check in with you. Is everyone feeling like they at least found something they can improve upon? Raise your hand if you did. I love that. I love that. How are we doing on time as far as in the back? I don't want to go. Okay, cool. Let's dive in. Let's go through the 4 tactics you can use to grow your business today. Let's get right in. All right. I want you to try 2 different ways to change your business, 2 hours a week, twice a week. That means 4 hours a week of trying to change your business through lead generation. I'll give you 4 different things you can do now, but try 4 hours a week. Why do I say that? Most agents don't put any time for growing their business on their calendar. They put all the other stuff, but it's one of the most important things to have. And if we don't have it in the calendar, my guess is it's negotiable. So I encourage you, put it in the calendar, 2-hour sessions twice a week. That's 4 hours. Everyone's got 4 extra hours to do something specific to grow your business. The first easy play you can do is within your current database. And let me give you a quick framework on how we do this in coaching. 85% of people say they'll use their realtor again, 27% actually do. That means a second time. Meaning if you close with a client, they're happy, they buy or sell 3, 4, 5 years later, 27% actually do that. Has anyone had that happen to them? A client didn't use them a second time? Mainly that's because you're doing one of 2 things. Either nothing to stay in touch, or you're doing stuff that everyone else is doing, which is sending the canned office newsletter, and they have unsubscribed a long time ago. Because happy 4th of July emails don't move the needle. They don't. But what does move the needle, and I'll give you a sense, is a strategy that makes you an expert. And here's what it is. If one time a month you wrote something in your voice, AI makes this very easy now, to answer the $1 million question of how's the market. What would you have said this month? I write this for my clients every month, but I would have said it's August. There's awesome opportunities if you're shopping for homes. Rates haven't come down, they might later. But right now, there's a cool opportunity if you're a buyer. You answer the question, how's the market? Send an email to your entire database 1 time a month. Second to that, 6 times a year, print something that does the exact same thing, send it to their mailbox. Why do I say that? How many emails do you get in a week, a day? We're inundated, right? But if we can't unsubscribe from the mailbox, and people tend to pay more attention. So remember we said diversify, try different things, do that both. You're repurposing the article. You do it once a month, every other month, just send it in the physical mail. In addition to that, maybe put it on your blog, on your website. If you don't have a blog, put it on a Google document, hyperlink that, start tossing that in your social media. You've repurposed the article for a third time. Last but not least, you can then create social media content around the thing you just created. Notice what I did there. One piece of content, 1 time a month, repurposed. You're staying in touch like a rock star with your database. They're tuned in, not tuned out. And it's answering the question of how's the market, which is a very shareable topic. They might send that to some friends. That grows your business, doesn't it? The second thing we can do, I know we all do open houses. There it is. But I would challenge you, this is the open house playbook that I give to my clients, and it kills. And I know most of us go to open houses and do not much of these things, maybe a few. But I'll tell you, if you try putting up more signs, like 20, that sounds ridiculous, instead of just hoping neighbors show up, what if you go 20 to the right, 20 to the left with a flyer and invite them to the open house? You'll get more neighbors coming in. It costs you nothing. It takes you 30, 45 minutes. What if you do like cookies and water, $10? Have something sitting there. Why? When someone walks in, what's their first question? Please sign in. Most people say that, right? Well, what is that? I'm taking something from you. What if my first thing, welcome, can I grab you cookies or water? Remember that reciprocity thing we're talking about? Changes the entire dynamic. Oh, by the way, do you mind signing in? As they're stuffing a cookie in their mouth. What are the chances they don't sign in? You know what I'm saying? We're creating different things. And rather than following up with your leads that come through with just like a generic little text message, anyone ever try this? It's Jonathan. We just met at my open house, and I wanted to thank you for coming in. This is my cell phone number. If you need anything, please contact me. Like a video message. If they get 3 texts that day from realtors, but they get your video message, what are the chances the reply rate goes up? Much, much higher. So these are all little things you can do. And I'll show you, like, you could take a quick picture of this, but these are resources that we have in coaching, but you can create on your own. The open house survey as opposed to just a sign-in sheet. Something like the canvassing flyer. Something like the conversation starter at the front door. Cookies and water. Like, these are all little 10, 20% difference makers that if you do it at your open houses, will increase the amount of people that are signing in, talking to you, and ultimately willing to engage with you thereafter. I'm going to roll through these last 2 because we're up against time. And I apologize I didn't leave more time for this part, but I have a promise that I think some of you will definitely enjoy. Anyone here ever call or contact or work with a for sale by owner in the market? 1 or 2 hands? Awesome. 3? Okay, cool. Here's my challenge for you. Go on Zillow today. Go to the filter that says for sale by owner. Costs you nothing. There's a filter on Zillow that will show you all the FSBOs in your market. When you see one, rather than calling and saying, when are you going to hire a great agent like me to sell your home, which is what most agents do, why don't you say, I do a lot of work in the neighborhood. I saw it. I didn't find it on the realtor database. Can I confirm? Is the property for sale? And then from there, you have a human conversation. And at the end of it, if they're cool and they seem relatively motivated to sell their place, even if they don't like realtors yet, guess what? Statistically, they're going to fail and hire a 6% broker to help them. Statistically, that's where it's going. So my challenge for you is, if there's a FSBO in your market, you call them, have a human conversation. You don't ask for a listing agreement. You don't ask for anything other than confirm facts about the house in case you have a buyer client that might be interested. Right? The next step is follow up with them. How many times? And say what? Wanted you to have it. I know you're going FSBO, but this is some cool information I gave to another seller client. Wanted you to have it. Maybe once every week for the next, 5 weeks. Guess what most agents are doing? This, and they're done. Be different. You'll get different results. Most of these people are going to hire someone. That's how you get your next listing in the next 30 days. For anyone that needs a listing, that's how you do it. And last but not least, if anyone has a listing, I'm going to give you the second best thing we do in coaching from our one-on-one clients. These are 8 activities you should be considering doing around your current listings. We have another one for buyers. I don't have time today to generate a second listing in the neighborhood. So let's say you do that FSBO thing and you call and you get one. Don't just like I mean, do that awesome open house, but don't just let it go after that. These are a couple things you should be considering doing. The magic is in the 3 pieces of marketing, 1 just listed, 1 under contract, 1 closed. Maybe try a neighbors only event, which is just starting your open house an hour before. It's not that hard, just an hour before, inviting the neighbors, canvassing flyers. You know, if you want my opinion, these are the couple you should do. It costs you $400 extra, and it absolutely works to get a second listing. So this is, as we're up against time, some of the cool tactical things you can do right now. But I want to end where we started. Often what holds us back from growing is in between the ears, because we're focused on the wrong things. 80% of business is psychology. Where attention goes, your creativity, your energy will go every time. So are we focused on the opportunities or the problems? The second thing is everything we do to grow our business should be understood as we can create the opportunities we want if we leverage what is out there. If most agents are following up once, just do it more. If most agents have a listing and don't try to get a second one, do otherwise. It's just these subtle little difference makers, and I promise you the best agents in your market are doing a lot of these things, if not all of them, plus a lot more. So that is the opportunity that exists for all of us. I hope I inspired you to at least check in on what you should be doing that you're not doing, that you should stop doing that you are doing, or check in with what you're focusing on, because wake up, the next couple years will be freaking great for those who seize the opportunities. Bad is coming, meaning the bad headlines are coming, AI, like it's coming. But this is a human-first business, and those who are just focused on serving their people at a higher level are going to do just fine. And I hope that's you. So I will end with this. I want to thank you for your time. We have a live event. DC never gets any live coaching events. Who here has gone to Vegas for a coaching event? Who's gone to California, right? The big coaches are all on the West Coast doing events on the West Coast or in really expensive places, which are fun to visit. We're doing something in Arlington, Virginia. It's a mastermind. In fact, one of your leaders has agreed to speak there, Mr. Donnie. He's going to be one of our guest speakers. But I digress. I wanted to offer this to you. This is a at-cost $300 event that I actually am giving a 25% off coupon for anyone who signs up in the next 48 hours in this room. It is 12 hours of actionable coaching on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, September 23rd and 24th. It includes a happy hour on the rooftop. I'm going to get you a little buzz if you want to do that. But we're going to learn a lot. All of it, it's quite literally. I should have. I forgot where it was. So I want to challenge everyone in the room. Are you curious? Or are you committed to growing your business? And the old saying is like, if nothing changes, nothing changes. This event is I kid you not, we are probably going to lose money on it, but I'm trying to make it as accessible as possible. We've got some awesome guests coming out. We're going to go deep into some of these topics, and you will walk out of there with a plan to grow your business in 2026. And you can sleep in your own bed. So it's really cool. I want to thank everyone for having me here today. If you want to sign up, like it will sell out. We're capping it at 100 people. It's about half sold out. And I'm about to start really promoting it. But I'd love to see some of you there in Arlington. And with that, thank you so much.
Am I on? And oh, there we go. I think Justin got sick of my kindergarten teacher routine and voice. So he's like, take this microphone, stop yelling at the people. Thank you again to Jonathan Fox, guys. We're going to keep this up on the monitor, get that QR code scan for the next couple of seconds there. We'll also have his information available on the Nest on the HQ4U page, so you can follow up with that later as well.
Cool,
Perfect. Cool. Thank you again. Another round of applause, Jonathan. That was great content. Thank you so, so much. Now we are going to get one of our very own, one of your most beloved trainer, Miss Lynn Hamilton. She's getting all set up here. There it is. Ooh, the extra bling today, Lynn. I like it. I like it. Fantastic. Well, Lynn is going to talk to us about something today that I think we can all say we struggle with. I, going 6 minutes over my presentation this morning, especially should know, talking about time management. And leveraging that time management to make sure you're using your time to make money and that we're being strategic about that time. So without further ado, I am going to hand it over to our always and consummate expert on all things real estate, Miss Lynn Hamilton.
May I ask just one question before we go? Yes. Did anyone sign up already? My best-selling book on Amazon is going to the next 4 people that do.
Oh.
And if anyone signs up, I'll give you a book too, just if we run out. But if there's
Oh,
four of you,
got
come
hands.
get your book. Yeah?
You got one,
All right,
two
sweet.
hands. All right, go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, hello, we're on. Turn me down. I just blasted everybody's ears out. So is everybody awake? Good. All right, so for the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to be going through. I was waiting to see if you were listening. I'm just testing it here. So, are they able to see my screen, sir? Okay, good. All right. We're getting there. Okay, fine. All right. So the first thing I want to share with you is to say I'm glad you're here today. I appreciate you taking the time to be here. As always, our HQ4Us are full of great information, great tools, and we're going to give you a couple more today as well. I think for time, I lost 15 minutes, so I'm going to have to go real fast to get it all in. So if I can talk fast, you can listen fast. Right? Okay, good. All right. So let me know when my screen is up. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the first thing I want to announce is we have been working on this for about 2 years. And I am thrilled to announce to you officially, first and foremost, that our Learning Trails is officially up and ready. Now, after training over 6,000 agents, I've learned a thing or two, and I got tired of seeing agents making the same mistakes over and over and over again. So we have started this from the very beginning when I came on to Samson, is to map everything out methodically and in order. So, momentarily, for right now, it is housed on my website. My website is the same platform that you guys have. It's my first name, last name, .samsonproperties.net. So it's lynnhamilton.samsonproperties.net. When you go to it, you will see that I've added a custom tab in there that says Agent Resource Center. I want to make sure that all of you are aware of it and all of you are going to it. Here, we have bonus handouts. We have common mistakes that agents make. It's a series of quick videos that we've recorded over time. How-to instructions. If there's something that's covered in either Jumpstart or any of the other classes, and you go, yeah, but I don't know how to do that, that's the how-to instructions for you. But what I want to bring you to the attention of is the Learning Trail step-by-step guide. It's got a basic introduction, but here's the takeaway of it. If you are new to Samson or a new agent, we want you to start right at the very beginning. There's the download the handout, and there's the play the video. Then once you are done with that, you will literally, methodically, which is how our brains work through every single one of these. I know that agents for years and years and years go to this class because somebody said it was a good one, and then they go to that class because they said it was a good one, and then they go to that one and they go, where's that supposed to fit in? And you're all over the place. I want you to stop. I want you to stop. We have developed this out over a massive amount of time. Yeah, I have to pick those up later. But what we want to do is we want to put this all together in order for you. Now, let me ask you a question. If I said I'm going to charge you $30,000 for all of this, who'd be willing to pay it?
I'd pay you anything.
Okay, good. All right. So, but if I said, wait a minute, because I love you and I love Samson, I'm going to hand it to you free of charge on a silver platter. Now who's interested? Every hand should have just popped up. That's what we're doing. That is why Samson is now known in our footprint as having the best training that's out there. And I am proud that I'm able to been a part of it and able to up the game on it. But this is going to take you methodically through everything that you need to learn and in order to build out your business, whether you're a part-time agent, whether you're a full-time agent, whether you're a dual career, or whether you're just getting started. It doesn't matter. These are the methodical step-by-steps of going through it. And yes, I'm still adding and adjusting, but it'll be uploaded again and refreshed up. So I want all of you to be aware that that's where they are currently being housed at. We're going to do some adjustments with Samson University. This way, this allows me to keep the newest and the freshest up, along with the handouts, and we're taking it even one step further. Remember $30,000 that you're not going to pay me? Okay. That, okay. What we are doing as well is on some of these, let's say Jumpstart Session 1, there's a bunch of tasks that need to be done. And we have gotten the calls. I don't know how to add a signature line, Or why is it spreading it out like this? We have literally done quick step-by-step videos. I'm trying to keep them under 5 to 10 minutes to walk you through each individual step if you need to know it. So as you go through the class, we're going to have I don't know if it's going to be here or on a separate page or down below, but it'll have the how-to for everything within that session. And we're going to label it by session. So it'd be Jumpstart Session 1. Here's the how-to to do da, 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 da. If you need it, it's there. If not, go on. Now, if you're a seasoned agent, you go, oh, I've been around for a while. I don't know. I don't need to know all this stuff. Yeah, you do. When I've had agents come to me, yeah, I did that, really did. I did. Good thing they didn't have on camera, did they? When I have agents who have come to me and have gone through Jumpstart and everything else methodically, even after the 4 sessions of Jumpstart, they look at me and go, I've been in this business 20, 25, 30 years. I didn't learn half this stuff. Where were you when I was getting started? Well, I was probably in California and probably just getting started in my career as well. But they have come back, and if a seasoned agent who's been in that long can have takeaways from this, then you as a newer agent, it's a no-brainer. Now, I'll tell you what Donnie has said. Yeah, Donnie has said on multiple occasions, if he could make every agent coming into Samson go through Jumpstart and have it mandatory, he would. What does that tell you? That tells you that this is bringing something of humongous value to you. Gang, I am so tired of seeing agents run around like a chicken with their head cut off, going from class to class, to workshop to pan, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and going, but I don't know where that fits in, and I don't know where that piece goes to that piece, and I'm just confused, and they give up. I'm tired of it. I don't want to see that anymore. So this is why we have created the learning trails for you. And tickled to death that you guys get to be the official first launch of learning trails, available on my website right now. It will eventually be on Samson University or the Nest, but right now it is on my website. We good? Say wow. I need a wow on that one. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, speaking of the learning trails, again, we've got, it's right there on the website, but there it is. And I'm adding and adding and adding, making sure that we've got the latest and the most updated version up there. Okay, let's get into our little session for today. In your handout or in your packet, there should be a handout that looks kind of like this. Okay, hopefully y'all have it. I'm going to ask if you will take one of these. There's 3 pages here. I'm going to ask that you take one and pass them around, or if somebody wants to come hand them out, I would love that. I can get the clip off without breaking a fingernail, because if not, I say bad words. All right, if you can make sure everybody gets one. There's three different options there. Oh, I need one. Little details. Yeah, that page, and that page. Awesome, awesome, and more awesome. Okay, the one that's going around is I am coming back to Chantilly, because you know I'm on the road a lot. I'm coming back to Chantilly to do a series of 4 classes. I hope that you were able to join us. The flyer has the 4 classes and the QR code to RSVP. Awesome, there you go. The other 2 handouts that you are getting is It's Time to Sharpen Your Skills. It is your daily tasks along with the tracking of the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, because that plays an important part. And for fun, as a bonus, we're giving you an extra worksheet if by chance you don't have a calendar and don't use your phone calendar and you need to be visual. Here's one place to get started, okay? So that's what that's for. Now, let's go ahead and, while those are making their rounds, let's go ahead and jump in. As always, who can you thank for bringing you HQ4U and all the bonus stuff and me not charging you $30,000 for training? Cardinal Title, indeed. So we always want to thank Cardinal. They are the backbone. They are the oil, the gas, the engine, and everything in the car. The car is Samson, but the car doesn't run without Cardinal. And Cardinal doesn't run without our agents. So I like to have this picture here. This is my, when I'm sitting in my sofa chair and looking out the window, there's my little Cardinal that comes and visits me all the time. And if, God forbid, it is empty, I get this through the window. So he wants to make sure that I have everything. Let me go from the beginning. There we go. Let's crank this out. Okay, so there's my little Cardinal friend that likes to come and visit. Hey, there we go. All right, a reminder, gang, what you are learning today is going to help you earn tomorrow. Okay? So, no, but we can get more if we need to. Okay. So what you learn today or any day is what's going to help you earn tomorrow. Quick reminders. Every Monday, I will be sending you all a quick email because you RSVP'd. Everyone should be joining me on Mondays at 10:30 for Boost. It is the laser focus, gets you mapped out and ready for the week ahead. I don't care if you're full-time. I don't care if you're part-time. I don't care if you're really, really part-time. Everybody needs to be joining us on Boost, and I should be blowing out my attendance roster where I've got to go to Donnie and say I need more seats, okay? Thursdays are 2 other primo classes. At 1 o'clock, it's called the Learning Trails. A different topic is given every week, as well as the 2:30 Master Your Marketing class. Again, Master Your Marketing is a spin-off of our Jumpstart Session 4 because the marketing department of your business has the potential of 24 marketing pillars. I'm sorry, you're not that good, you're not doing them all. Okay? But when you go through Jumpstart 4, we walk you through what are the ones that hit your hot button and what are the ones that you can get excited about. Then the 2:30 classes on Thursday, we take a different class every week and we take a deep dive into it. Now, who's listened to any of my stuff before? Okay, yay! So you know that I always ask, may I have your permission to be blunt and honest with you? Tell you what you need to know and not always what you want to hear. We good? Okay? Because I do. Yeah, I'm going to lay it out. I'm going to tell you what works. I'm going to tell you what doesn't work. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you what it costs. We're not to spend your money. We're not to blow your money. And I'm just going to give it to you all. Remember, you're paying me $30,000. So I'm going to give it to you hook, line, and sinker. The Zoom link for all of these classes are on the Cardinal Nest on the calendar. I like to say shoes are optional, and cats and dogs are welcome to walk across the screen. So there you go. All right, let's jump into this one. Can you manage time, yes or no?
Because of you. Good answer, right?
Yeah, good answer. Okay, yeah. No, you cannot manage time because guess what? It starts at midnight. 12 hours later, it's noon. 12 hours later, it's midnight again. Now, you cannot go to the universe and say, you know what, I just need 12 hours today, but I'm going to need 36 tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. Okay, you get 24, that's it. So you cannot manage time. However, you can learn to block time. And it is time blocking that will make you or break you in this business. Okay? There's a lot of skills and things that we need to know to run a business successfully. And I'll tell you, most agents, this is their biggest missing piece. Mm-hmm. Who can agree to that? I'm seeing some heads nod. There you go. All right, good. Now, here's the takeaway. I always ask this, and this will make you laugh. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't know, and I don't care. Because time blocking and the to-do list go hand in hand. Now, how many of you are millionaires? Anybody? Not yet? Working on it? Working on your first, your second million, whatever? Okay, good. All right, so I was listening to a podcast a while back, and it was a bunch of millionaires. Mm-hmm. And guess what? They only have 24 hours in their day, too. Same as you. But you're not making $1 million yet. But here's the takeaway that I got from that. They typically do not have a to-do list. How many of you have a to-do list? Okay, here's the mistake that is being made. You have your to-do list, and it keeps getting longer and longer and longer and longer. You never put it on your calendar. Here's the difference. When they realize there's something they need to do, they don't write it down. They go directly to their calendar and they look at their calendar and say, okay, when am I going to do that? When am I going to work on that project? There's the difference. I want you to start adding, when you have a to-do list, stop and then say, when am I going to block off the time to get that project done? Okay? Because if it ain't on your calendar, it ain't going to happen. And who thinks someday is a day of the week? Anybody? Yeah, no. I've been looking at calendars for a long time because I'm older than most of you. Someday is not a day of the week, because if it is, we're in big trouble, because we're going to have a lot that needs to be done someday. So someday is not a day of the week, so that doesn't count. So when you know that something needs to be done and it's your priority, put it on your calendar. Again, I don't care if you use this. You've got digital calendars. You've got, paper calendars. I don't care what you use. But it's got to be written down. It's got to be time blocked of when you're going to do it. So I'm going to drop the bomb on something else since we're moving right along here. If I were to ask to see your calendar, I think I'd be, having a fit. But on this worksheet here, okay, this is the sharpen your skills. One of the things it asks you is, what is your work schedule for the week? I'm going to say most of you don't have a clue and don't know. Mistake number one. If you had a job with somebody else, you would know what time you showed up. You would know what tasks needed to be done in the morning. You knew what time you would take your break. You knew what things had to get done before lunch. You knew what time you would take your lunch break. Following along? Good news is a lot of you left corporate America because you didn't like your boss or thought you had an idiot for a boss. But guess what? Some of you still have an idiot for a boss, and you're self-employed. Yes, I said that. Okay? As Donnie lovingly says, good news is you're your own boss. Bad news, you're your own boss. Okay? So mistake number one, not knowing what your work schedule for the week is going to look like. And that is simply determining what time blocks you're going to block off, and then taking a look at your to-dos and when they need to be done. And we do that on Monday Boost, by the way. And I do it as well. All right? The next thing on the worksheet is, what is the one thing that is your primary focus of the week? What's the one thing that you, or high water, need and will get done during the week? That's your number one priority. Typically, we have 3 things on our priority list, either for the day or for the week. I used to say weekly or daily, and then I realized most of you that are claiming to be full-time, you ain't working 30 hours a week. You ain't working 40 hours a week. We're lucky if you're working 20. So we want to be realistic, too, with where you're at. So don't fool yourself just because you're thinking about it all the time, that you're, in fact, working a full-time, 40-hour-a-week real estate business. So what are the couple of things that are your priority to get done this week? And if you've not started with Jumpstart, that's where you're going to start. Okay? That's your priority. Because that will start walking you through the process. Now, the next block down is, what are the hours you're going to work on which days? If you know that you take Sunday off because that's family, church, spiritual day, you mark it off. If Monday you know that you're going to start with me at 10:30 for Boost, there you go. You start there, and then what are the hours you're going to work on Monday? What are the hours you're going to work on Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever days of the week you're going to be working? If you don't know, it's not going to get done. Okay? You're your own boss. So I would ask you to also step back and say, okay, based off my performance so far, would I hire me, fire me, or send me back to training? I don't want you to answer that out loud because I don't want to know. All right. On here, we also have a list. I call it daily, but for some of these things, they'll be weekly tasks to be done. And I have a whole training video. Oh, wait, remember I got all those? That walks you through the why each of these components are important. And then the tracking of the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the backbone of so much of the business. Because, again, if I had $1 for every time an agent said, but I don't know what to do, I'd be retired on a beach somewhere with $1 million in my bank account, okay? That is a common concern. Again, when you worked for somebody else, you knew exactly when and where you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to be doing. Now you're your own boss and you're floundering. I don't want you to do that because remember, you're paying me $30,000 to make sure you don't, okay? So here's your path. It is 5 calls, 4 text messages, 3 emails, 2 market snapshots or handwritten notes, and adding 1 new to your contacts. We've got all of this mapped out for you, hook, line, and sinker. So you should never be lost on what to do and when to do it. Now, real quick, for the time blocking in your Monday and your Thursday classes, before you get your cute little fanny out of these chairs and leave today, I want you to go to your phone, go to your calendar, put them on your calendar and set them to repeat every week. If you do not know how to do that, I'm going to stay here till whatever time we need to make sure you know how to do that. All right? Have them on your calendar. Now, I also recommend that you then go to your clock and set an alarm to go off on Monday at 10:20 or 10:25. Because that will remind you, ooh, I need to get ready for Boost, and because I start on time. Also, I would do that for Thursday for your 1 o'clock, set it for 12:50. And I bet you're all wanting to know why I recommend that. You do, don't you? Say yes. Okay. Because I was one day working away at my desk. I was in the middle of doing something, and I was focused in on it, and I'm knocking it out and going, yeah, getting it done. And then all of a sudden, my phone starts lighting up with, Lynn, is everything okay? Do we still have class? I didn't have my alarm set, and I lost track of time for about 5 minutes. So I even have my alarm set on my phone to go off. I set mine 15 minutes before class, so I can finish what I'm doing, get logged off, get ready to go, get my refreshment ready to go, and then we're ready to hit the ground running, okay? I start on time, and I do my darndest to stop on time for you as well, okay? So, first thing that needs to be done is your time blocking, and again, chicken egg, time blocking to-do list, I don't know, I don't care. If you make your list of stuff you need to do, then you immediately go to your calendar and say, when am I going to do this? Because if it's not on there, it ain't getting done. Or if your brain goes the other way, that here's the time that I know I can work around family commitments and everything else, great, these are the time slots you're going to work, but then what are you going to do during those time slots? Start with your 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Run down the daily tasks. Are there anything in there that you need to tackle and do as well? And I will tell you, when you are able to come into your office, whether it's at home or whether it's here at an office, and you've got your tasks mapped out and they're on your calendar and you know that, trust me, you hit the ground running. You will get twice as much done in a short period of time, and then you're ready to do the happy dance. Just don't get on your desk and do the happy dance if other people can see you. I'm just saying, it's probably not a good thing, but I'm just going to throw that out there. So that is one of the best things that any of the agents can do. Now, let's talk about the benefits of time blocking real quick. It gets you mentally prepared. You know that when you're coming in, you got X, Y, and Z ready to hit the ground running. You will stay focused. Shut the darn phones off for a couple minutes, okay? I almost said another word, but it's okay. It's okay to shut your phones off. Put them on silent for a few. Gang, we are more ADD than you can ever shake a stick at. And it's because of those things. They go off 100 to 150 times a day. They are constantly binging and a bonging. I don't care that Michael's is having a sale. Okay? That sale is still going to be going in 30 minutes when I get done with my projects, or when I get done with my day, all right? We do not need to stop every time they bing and bong, because our brains are now reprogrammed to not stay focused on anything for more than 10 minutes. And so I'm impressed you're all staying in tune with me, all right? So this is going to allow you to stay focused. You will actually get the project done a whole lot faster. It's going to improve productivity because you're laser focused and you're not getting distracted. It's going to cause you less stress, which is always a good thing. So we do often a little game of multitasking. I'm going to give it to you real quick. You guys try it on your own. It's fun. Try it with somebody at home. It's a hoot. So first thing I usually do is ask, can you count to 10? They go, yes. And I'll ask if you also know your alphabet A to J. And they go, yes. All right, all right. So when I say go, somebody will be my timer, and we'll say count to 10, ready, go. There you go. We got the time. It's usually 3-4 seconds. Then I will go, okay, you know your alphabet. And they go, yes. I said, all right, when I say go, start the timer, and we're going to go A through J. And they'll all good, usually 3 to 4 seconds. Now we're going to multitask. 1A, 2B, ready, go. 1A, 2B, 3C, 4D. And that level is when the giggles start. Our brains start going, and we can't pull it together. Now, once you start laughing, it makes it impossible too. Now, it is fun to do it, so trust me, go do it with somebody. It's a hoot. If you're at a party, it's funny to do it. It's funnier after they've had a drink. And it's hysterical if they've had 2 or more. Okay, so try it out sometime. But that just goes to show when they do the 1A, 2B, 3C, it takes, excuse me, 10 to 15 seconds, where it's taken them 3 to 4 when they were just doing the alphabet or just doing the counting. So our brains, although we think we can multitask and we're all that in a bag of chips, yeah, no, not so much. So be careful fooling yourself thinking that multitasking is going to be your best friend, all right? Here's a couple of ideas on time blocking. You need to determine when you're going to do it. Well, duh, we just talked about that. Determine what tasks need to get done. How much time do you think you're going to need to block off to do it? So if you're going through Jumpstart Session 1 and you know that you need to re-record your voicemail, that's going to take you 5 minutes. When are you going to do it? Because if you leave it on your list, it's going to sit there for a week of Sundays. Get it done, get it knocked out, it's good. So determine how much time do you think you're going to need to block off to do that particular task. Where do you need to be? Where's the location? Where do you need to be at physically to get that task or the project done? What supplies do you need in front of you or at your fingertips and at the ready to do it? And so at this point, we would ask you if you're watching this later, then to go, when you're done with class today, stop and start blocking off some time on your schedule. What is it that you need to get done? Stop. When am I going to do it? Those two go hand in hand. They should not be two separate. It's one. What and when? What and when? What and when? You want to say it with me? What and when? There you go. All right. So another great tip is to color code it. If you're using a digital calendar, you can color code them. And if you don't know how, we've even got the little video that shows you how to color code stuff on your calendar. The problem with this is ages, oh, I'm working so much, I'm not getting anything done. Well, let me see your calendar. I'm like, really? Wow. I either get snowblind because there's nothing on there, or, yeah. So you want me to believe you're working 80 hours a week? I'm not buying it, just so y'all know. So color code it, and that's going to help you attempt to keep a balance going, okay? Work will always expand to fill the time available for its completion. So if you say, I just need to do my voicemail, and, oh, I got all day to do it, it's going to take you all day to do it. If you just go, no, I just need 5 minutes, let's do it. Bam, knock it out, get it done, cross it off, good, you're ready to go on, okay? Where are we on time, please? 2:30, all right. Let me wind this down. We can either continue to hand you all of this on a silver platter, or you can come to me and say, Lynn, I know that you spent the $30,000 over many years and through training and coaching and classes and workshops and seminars. We would drop $1,500 on a seminar and wouldn't bat an eye over it. Or you can go, Lynn, I'm not that stupid. I'm going to follow along and let you guide me through. All right? So I'm hoping that that is your biggest takeaway. Samson is offering you everything that you need. All the tools, all the tips, and the technique that goes with it, the how-to. We even have the kick in the patootie if you need it. I danced for many years when I was younger, and I can still swing a kick. So if you need a kick in the patoot, I'm up for the job. You know, I'll do it. We do giggle and laugh, but I want you to realize you've got a business that you're running. You are expecting the consumer to trust you with the biggest financial purchase of their life. You have the ability to financially ruin someone. You have the ability to bankrupt someone. I have seen it done through over my years. I've seen agents go to jail, and I've seen agents go to prison. That we cover in the horror stories in October. And yes, I do a special class in October, horror stories of the real estate world, and they are a hoot. So realize the weight and the importance that you carry on your shoulders, and realize that if you are expecting people to trust you with the biggest financial purchase of their life, y'all better step up to the plate. And again, I don't care if you're working 10 hours a week. I don't care if it's 20, 30, 40. If it's any more than that, we're going to talk, because you shouldn't be. But let us guide you step by step with putting together your business in order. And then at the end, if you want to pay me $30,000, just take me to lunch. We're good, okay? But know that it comes with love. It comes with, we believe in you. We want you to do well. We want you to succeed at whatever level you want to succeed at. But you also got to know what that is. And that's why we talk about that first in Jumpstart, okay? So with that, any questions? No, we are good. I'm going to wind this down then. We've got the amazing, so hopefully there was some takeaways from this, right? Yeah. All right, good. All right, so thank you for your time. Appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over to the one and the only and the amazing Miss Stephanie Burke, who is going to be coming up here and sharing Real Scout with you, if I'm correct. Is that correct? Yes. Yay. Okay, so thank you for your time. I will be... Let's make sure we got you going in the right direction. All right? We good? We good? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Hopefully Donnie gave you guys a little teaser on Real Scout this morning. Yes? Great. So this is how we get to end the day with diving into Real Scout. How many of you are actively using Real Scout right now? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, a good number of you. If you're not familiar, I'm going to show you a little intro to Real Scout today, and if you find that this is something that's going to work for you, please come see me, shoot me an email. We will get you up and running with Real Scout so you can, 1, put some of your current and past database on a recurring schedule, and have access to all of the Samson Properties office exclusives. Right? Give yourself a little bit more exposure if you're a listing agent with office exclusives, and give your buyers, if you're primarily a buyer's agent, the opportunity for your buyers to know more about these kind of off-market properties. Okay. All right. So really quick, Real Scout is free for every Samson agent. If you are a Samson agent, we are going to issue you a free Real Scout account. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to set it up. We're going to give that to you for free. So how do you get that? How do you get your Real Scout account? Well, you may already have one. You're just not using it. So just contact me. Additionally, you can always send me an email, but I'm going to give you a little bit more information here on text systems, on Cardinal Nest. Come to the Real Scout page. We also have a Real Scout webinar We do training, Zoom training every Friday at 11 a.m. Just click to join. No shoes required. Pets are welcome, like Lynn said. Every Friday. I know. I love my pets. Every Friday at 11 a.m. The link for that is on the Cardinal Nest calendar. If you miss it, we're going to put the most recent webinar right here on the Real Scout page. So this is just a replay. You can pause, you can rewind. That way you can learn on your own time. You don't have to wait for our schedule if those don't match up. Okay, all of my contact information is here, and there's a little briefing here. What is Real Scout? So there's a little bit more information here, but we're going to kind of get right into it today. If you didn't bring your computer, again, just join me 11 o'clock on Friday. Link is on the Cardinal Nest calendar. All right, so first things first, realscout.com. We are going to issue you your account. Don't attempt to make your own account because this is a very heavy service that a lot of agents are paying for. You're getting it for free. So we're going to issue your account. Wait for that welcome email from Real Scout. We're doing that for you. If and when you log in and you set your password, please go to your profile and put in your picture. This is a platform that works primarily with email, right? Sending new listings, sending exclusive listings, sending market snapshots, sending home values. So every email that your clients get or past clients get or your book of business is going to have your picture in it. So please make sure you update your headshot in Real Scout because we want this, especially if you're using it for pre-existing contacts, we want it to be familiar to them and not spammy. So put your familiar face in there. That way they can see everything. Little bit of a full disclosure here. We are giving you Real Scout for free for up to 100 contacts. That means you can put 100 people in here and keep up with them on a schedule, either sending them listings or sending them a market snapshot. You get 100 for free. You can upgrade that. It's a very, very small package price for an additional 500 contacts, totaling 600 for $9.99 per month. Okay, I know I'm paying more for movies I don't watch and music I don't listen to. So if this $10 a month can bring you a $10,000 check, I would say that that's a pretty good investment, right? And remember, you can do the first 100 for free. So let's get right into it. Your menu here on the left is what you're going to be primarily working with. There is also, guys, an app. So I do want you, once you've set up your desktop version, I do want you to come to wherever you get your apps from, maybe your Google Play Store or the App Store on your Apple phone, your iPhone. Download the app after you have set up your desktop version because this is going to be your Real Scout on the go, okay? If you are standing in front of a property and want to send one of your contacts that property right to their text, you can do that with the app. So I do want you to have the app. It is a condensed version. If a contact, sends you a message via one of the listings, say, hey, I want to look at this property tomorrow, have that app with your notifications on, and you're going to get a buzz in your phone. So it really is a great tool to have on the go. There is an app. Just remember, there's two apps. There is a client-facing app, so the clients can download their own Real Scout app. There is a pro version. You're the pro, so I want you to make sure you download the pro version, okay? All right, let's set it up, of course. Go to your profile, put in all of your information. We're going to work with these alerts here. You can send listing alerts, market activity alerts, or market snapshots, just an overview of the market, right? Or home value alerts. So these are the three alerts that we're primarily going to be working with. You also have, and what I'll touch on today, is office exclusives. This is where all the Samson Properties office exclusives are. They are feeding in from Bright, so remember, if you do have an office exclusive listing, it does have to be put in Bright as office exclusive within 2 days of that listing agreement being signed, and then boom, it feeds right into Real Scout, and you have this carousel here down of the office exclusive. So if you see one that could potentially work for one of your clients, you can send it right from Real Scout to whomever you might have that's interested in that property, or you can also communicate directly with the listing agent, okay? And you can say, hey, are you allowing showings right now? Can I bring my client by? Are you accepting offers? And communicate directly with that listing agent. All right, any questions on office exclusives? I want you guys to, if you're a listing agent, have the most exposure for your office exclusive, right? More than just that word of mouth in the office or that whiteboard in your office. These exclusives are going out to all Samson agents, okay? And if you have a Real Scout account, I'm going to show you my realtor email, so don't look at the number of unread emails. But I'm going to get an alert saying, hey, there's 2 new exclusives available, right? And I can see the details of that property and see if it's going to work for my client. So you're also, as the agent, one of our Samson agents, you are going to get first dibs and first look at all of the office exclusives. So I did want to make you guys aware of that.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Does that up or does it come to me automatically?
I'm sorry?
Does that,
If you have a live Real Scout account, if your Real Scout account is active, you will get an email saying, hey, there's 2 new office exclusives, or however many there are that day. Yep. Yeah, which is really great. You're in the know before everybody else. Let's talk really quick. I'll make this as quick as possible for you. And remember, Friday at 11, we dig into Real Scout for an entire hour plus. So join me on Friday. Listing alerts. How many of you already have somebody in Bright receiving new and coming soon listings? Good number of you, right? We know how to send a listing, have somebody on an auto update. Well, what I want you to start doing is start using Real Scout to transition maybe your new clients and maybe some of your other folks that you already have on an active update. Say, hey, I have this really cool new program called Real Scout. I think you're really going to like it to search for properties with me, right? So start to put some folks on here. This is the same deal. You have almost the identical fields that you would have in Bright to search for properties. And I can show you really quick how to set that up. You've got active and coming soon, so if you're a Bright agent, you have all of that. All of your fields here should look very familiar. Majority of us are probably going to work with residential and residential lease, but you do have the other categories as well, land, everything else that you might need. So we're going to work with residential today. You can narrow down your criteria by structure type, by price. You can even take it a bit further. If you're looking for a field that you don't see up front here, scroll all the way down and click an add or remove search options. This is where all of the search options are hidden. So if you primarily use like above ground square footage or whatever, you can find those additional categories here. Okay, we're going to do a really quick kind of vague search today so I can show you what this looks like for you and for the client. So we're going to do, let's do townhomes. And we'll do detached as well. Let's go up to 750. And we'll do Chantilly. Let me use the zip here since we're in Chantilly today. All right, so we've got 18 results here. Not sure why that one's all the way over here, but maybe the listing agent put that zip code in wrong. All right, so we've got a cluster of homes that meet this criteria here. Once you put your contact in, right, you do want to upload in your contacts. You can either do it one by one, or you can upload in a bulk of contacts, but once you've got your contacts in, you're going to save this search to the client, and this is just like Bright. So this should be super duper easy, really familiar. Select your contact, and what do I always say? Put yourself in and practice on yourself, right? Put yourself in. See what this looks like for the client. Send yourself listings that are popping up in your neighborhood, or send a home value alert for your home. See if those are matching up, okay? We're gonna name this search, and you don't have, it's real estate, not rocket science. Make it easy. Chantilly update, 750 max, okay? Now, we wanna make sure if we have active buyers or tenants that we're setting this up for ASAP. That means as soon as those properties that match that criteria hit the MLS, They're then going to go to your clients. There is maybe a 7-minute delay, okay? But that's pretty live. Next, you do have some additional settings here. You don't need to send a copy to yourself. There's this setting here where you can suppress natural language intros. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then send open house reminders. So if you have a long-term buyer, maybe they're just looky-looing for a while, and you want to send them a reminder about open house in the criteria that they're looking for, check this button. That way, they'll get an email from you saying, hey, this house has an open house this weekend, and they can go take a look at that property, right? Makes it really easy, and all the information and good information is coming from you, not them going somewhere else looking for open houses, right? Okay. We're going to go ahead and create that search. It's going to generate an email for us. You can change the subject line. You can change the email message. You don't have to. This is actually going to create a beautiful email from you with all of the information that that client is looking for. So we're going to send that off and then see what that looks like for the client. While we're waiting for that to come through the universe and into the inbox, I want to show you your live feed. Okay? This shows you exactly what your clients and contacts are doing with every action. Every time they look at an email, every time they open an email for a first, second, or third time, or look at a property for a first, second, or third time, you're going to know about it. It's all up front and fully transparent. Yes, you do have those functions in Bright, but you kind of have to dig for that information, right? It's not really at the forefront. This gives you everything, so you know exactly what the contacts are doing. You know if they've looked at a property for a second, third, or fourth, fifth time. And you can say, hey, you've looked at this property a few times. Did you want to schedule a time to go take a look at it in person? Did you have a question?
No, actually it's a comment. I
Yeah.
have a client that she saw it 43 times, that particular property. And she bought it that day.
Perfect, see? And then, so if we didn't hear out there, she had a contact in here look at a property for 43 times, and she did end up buying that property, and that's great. And you could see the activity, and you could see the behavior, so that way you could start the conversation a little bit easier, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, so let's go see what this. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you add, like, I use 2 platforms, email platforms. I use Outlook as well. Can you add Outlook onto this platform to get to send the emails?
I'm not sure what you mean by adding Outlook. Your login is based on your email address. So, yeah, come shoot me an email or come see me afterward. Let's go see what this looks like for the client. So I just sent this Chantilly listing. Here's that first one. So they're going to see a beautiful email from you, and it's going to have a list of all these properties. Okay. If they click on one that they find they might like, they can view details, and this brings them to their Real Scout platform, where they can not only look at the properties that you sent them, they can compare properties. So this is a really cool feature, and this is why the contacts like Real Scout. They can compare properties side by side. Okay, well, let's keep these kind of maybe in the same price range here. Right? They can look at kitchens side by side. Right? They can look at bedrooms side by side. So they can see everything side by side, right? Instead of looking at one property at a time, forgetting what that one looks like, and then going on to the next one.
Do we have this feature as an agent?
I believe so. Yeah, I'll double check for you. Okay. So not only can they compare properties, but this is why it's really great for your book of business, for your contacts, because you're giving them the tools, right, to shop for their home more easily, more effectively. Let's see here. Not only can they search the properties that you have set up for them, they can search independently as well. So you can you're essentially giving them the keys to your MLS. So if they click, we're in the client's portal. If they click search and they want to venture over here into, I don't know, Pennsylvania and see what $475,000 gets them in Pennsylvania, they can go look at that property. Okay? There are no parameters. The only parameters are the reach your MLS has. So they can search extensively. Okay. I'm going to keep it as quick as possible. Our next most important, well, maybe not most important, but most valuable alert here is the home value alert. So who are we going to use this home value alert for? Past clients and potential sellers. Did we have a question in the back?
Yeah, you said that they can see the property in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So if I'm not licensed in Pennsylvania, they can still.
Our Bright MLS has multiple regions: New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Yeah. So you can see it in Bright as well.
So
You can refer to another Samson agent, right?
that's what I was coming
Yes,
from.
of course.
How does it work in case they are interested in a property that is outside of their licensing zone?
Well, you would just reach out to another Samson agent licensed in that jurisdiction, right? Keep it in-house. Keep it in the family. All right, so let's talk about home value alerts. We are going to use this for potential sellers, right? Somebody who says, I'm thinking about selling my home next spring, right? We've all heard that before, right? And your past clients. Why? Because they want to know how that largest asset that they've purchased with you, how that asset is growing, right? Hopefully it's gaining value. And that information should come from you, their trusted realtor, not by them going to Zillow, right? Have that information come from you. So I'm going to show you what this looks like really quick. We're going to set this up. I'm going to use my favorite dummy client. Remember, put yourself in, practice on yourself. I pulled up a listing here today, so I'm just going to see if this one matches up. Where was that one? This was a Samson Properties listing, so we're going to test it out here. 4127 Point Hollow. All you need is a contact and an address. And your past buyers, you already have their name. And you should probably have their address if you sold them the property, right? So there it is. Bam, you already have that information. I think that was Lane. We'll do Fairfax. And if you have a potential seller, you can, test this out. See where it spits out the home value. See if after you've done your CMA, if this is going to be a similar price range. But it's really great to just have a bouncing board to see what it spits out for as pricing. Okay. So all you need is an address and a contact. If it's your first time, we're going to customize and preview the alert. And we are going to create the home value alert. Now, couple best practices here. Until you are a pricing expert like Casey Samson, maybe don't put your own value in right now. Especially if you're using this for past clients, just let the system do the work for you, right? Have it spit out a nice cushy range of home values here, okay? Couple other things. We want to maybe leave this range on. So yes, it is going to give them their Zestimate, but that Zestimate is coming from you rather than them going out and finding it via Zillow, okay? Couple best practices here. You do have the options to show a Zestimate, which is a solid figure, or a home valuation estimate, which is a solid figure. I suggest not doing that, but I do want you to see what that looks like. Oh no, we're not going to reboot now. Always does that to me. All right, so this is what keeping just that estimated valuation or that Zestimate on, it gives them a solid figure, right? I don't want to do that. I want to give them a nice cushy range, maybe somewhere in between these two numbers, right? Because if we give them a solid figure, that's the one they're going to remember. On this day, I have this email from you saying my home is worth this, right? So let's not do that. Let's turn these ones off and just keep the range on, right? That keeps it nice and cushy, maybe a little vague, but it creates the opportunity for them to contact you when there is a price range that looks good, that interests them in selling that property with you, okay? And if we're wondering what Atom is, it's just another platform that calculates home value, okay? I think it might be based off of tax, but you can Google that one.
Why Zillow, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why Zillow give you like almost 50,000
$8,000
I don't know why. I don't work in the Zillow's estimate department.
Huge difference.
I'm not sure. Just whatever their algorithms say, I guess.
But if they don't know the condition of the
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they don't. I think it's of course based. Yeah, I mean, let's use them to our advantage,
Correct.
right? So I don't know why the rate. It is home address specific. Sometimes it's not like that. I don't know. Okay, so not only are you going to give them their home value, you're also going to show them some more valuable information. The buyer audience range, right? If they go up in price or if they go down in price. You're also going to show them all of the recently listed properties, and inside, they can view inside all of those recently listed properties, all of the recently sold properties as well. So they can see how their home compares, right? They can see inside those kitchens, inside those bathrooms. So there's full transparency of how their asset that you're giving them the home value of compares to what's live and active and recently sold on the market, right? Full transparency. I didn't build a CMA. All I did was plug in an address, and now I am the market expert delivering that valuable information to my contacts. Okay. So you can change a little bit which listings it's pulling by selecting the neighborhood area. You can either include the zip, or you can do a radius, or you can do the neighborhood or city. Okay. Sometimes if you include the zip, it's going to pull everything, and that might be condos compared to townhomes compared to single family. So if you want to narrow it down, maybe choose the subdivision, or a radius will help narrow down that like by like product. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I have two questions. One is, can clients do their own estimates when they're in the system?
Yes. So
it's not something just for us.
the question was, can clients do their own estimates? Yeah, when they're in their portal, I think I still have
They
that.
basically see what we see.
They
different
can
version, but
they can do my home value, so they can plug in their own address and do that themselves. Yeah, you can either set it up for them and have it go out on a monthly schedule, right, or annually or biannually, whatever, or in their portal they have these same tools.
And do you get notification for them for doing that?
I don't know if you get a notification if they create their home value, but you can see in their contacts what they have going on. Yes. Okay.
And then my other question is, the office exclusive.
Yes.
Do those go out to clients also if it meets their criteria, or?
If it's available, if it meets their search, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't have to actively send it out?
You don't have to actively send it out. If you already have them on an update, yes, but they also do have this option here where they can search exclusives. But they're not going to get like, hey, here's 2 new exclusives today.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Will it, when they get it though, in kind of the list of, will it somehow tell them that it's an office exclusive, or?
Yes, every office
The highlight.
every office exclusive has a tag that says exclusive.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Great questions. Oh, another question in the back.
So MLS, you don't use MLS as a pricing basis, right?
Do I use MLS, or should you use MLS as pricing? You should. You should use all the tools available to you when you're pricing a home. ChatGPT, you can use this, you can use Bright, use all of them.
If I use this as my customer's informative decision, then the MLS will not come to play.
I would suggest this is just a tool, this is just a snapshot, this is not what you should use for pricing. This is a way to give your past clients or potential clients something of value. Here's maybe what your home could go for, but contact me and we'll get that specific price for you when you're ready to sell your home. It starts the conversation, and that's what's most important.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are there any talks of Real Scout, like having the potential to sync with your CRM, so you can just do everything? You know, I mean, right now I understand I don't have to upload my contacts.
Yes.
But if it were synced and I had my contacts and, you know, I could send them, properties directly from there, and I can call directly from there. Like, is it gonna have?
There are some integrations that are already built in, and we're of course obviously working on more.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. Yeah, question.
So I understand the office exclusive stands for agents only.
Yes.
But is this cover everything in the ML and Bright MLS?
No, Samson office exclusives only.
So, but if it's, okay, so that's all Real Scout has, it doesn't have non-office exclusive?
No, office exclusive meaning only Samson office.
So it's only Samson agents, what they have for sale?
It's only Samson office exclusives.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's connected to MLS. But yeah, you can search all of MLS, all of Bright, through.
Office exclusives actually aren't visible.
Two separate things.
Yeah,
I think
they're
she's
two.
asking if that's all you can search is office exclusives here.
You can search any MLS property in here that's active and coming soon.
Right. So
The
it has
exclusive
every-
portions are
everything-
only Samson
Right,
exclusives.
I got that.
Yes.
But it has everything else in the MLS
Yes.
that's active, and it
Yes.
doesn't have to be a Samson agent.
No.
Okay.
The exclusives are only Samson.
Yeah, I got that.
Yes.
Yeah, I got that.
Right. There are other properties in here as well. Yes. So let me finish our home value because this is super cool and I want you to see this. I want you to see the value in this. I'm going to go ahead and just include the zip code in this update for now. If it's your first time doing a home value for a contact, you want to customize and preview the email, it's going to write a beautiful email for you, right? You don't have to get creative. You can if you want to. If you want to change the subject line and the body of this message, you absolutely can. I think it's expertly written. I like to leave this as is, okay? And this is where you can set the schedule. So have the home value go out every month, right? That's what I prefer. You do have other options. Maybe gauge where you are at with that contact. If they said, oh, 2 years, we're moving to Florida, you can set that on a quarterly or something, right? I like to set everybody up on a monthly. It's their choice if they open up click in the email to get the home value or not, but at least it's going to come to them from me every month. And they're going to see my name and email every month and know it's coming, okay? So you do have some options here on how you want to set that. Next is the day of the month you want to send it. I like to send mine out on the 1st of the month, right? That way, it's kind of like a reminder, like, oh, that's when the mortgage is due. Or you can send it out on the 15th of the month. Oh, that's when that mortgage is late, right? So you do have the option of what day of the month you want to send it. We'll send it for today just to show you what this looks like. And hit save and complete. You can put in a whole bunch of these at a time, and then they'll go out on whatever day you send them. Yeah, did you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's say, can you send it to, let's say, one property?
Okay.
But you wanna send it, to the owners, to the couple,
Okay.
different emails. Will this allow you to?
You
send
can have,
some property to different
you can
emails?
send you can put 2 emails in one contact.
In one contact?
Yes.
Okay. And, if somebody has multiple properties?
Yes, yes.
you
People
can
have
use
multiple
all
properties.
the
Yes.
other- oh.
Absolutely. I have a contact in here, Mr. Michael, and he has a primary residence that I helped him purchase, and he has an investment property that I help him rent out. I've got them both in here because when he's ready to dump that investment property, I want him to call me. So yeah, there are folks that own more than one home, and you can put one contact on multiple home values. Absolutely. That was a great question. All right, let's see what this looks like for the contact, but just to kind of show you what you can do with your contacts when you get them in here. In your contacts page, you can see all of your contacts. If you click on the contact name, you can see all of their email alerts. So here's that Chantilly update that I just did. Here's that home value. If you need to edit the contact or add more people to the contact, you can do that in their client details. You can also see their recent activity, right? So you can see all of this information. Everything is fully transparent, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and push this home value through.
So
Just,
we can add another email to a contact only
yes.
after you put the initial contact? And
You
then
can actually, if you are putting in one contact at a time, use a comma to separate email addresses.
Okay.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
cut down the number of contacts that you
Yes,
save.
absolutely, absolutely, yes. You have roommates, you have husband and wife, you have, mom and daughters buying stuff all the time. Absolutely. Put them together, okay? So let's go see what the home value looks like. All right, here's what the home value email looks like, right? Let me see, here's that first one, okay? doesn't give them the home value in the body of the email. They have to click to engage. And that's what you want. You don't want them just seeing like, oh, yeah, there's my home value this month and throwing it in the trash, right? You want them to engage. So they have to click this here to view the home value or to view what's going on in the recently sold around their property. So if they click view home value, boom, takes them back to their portal. Here's those nice ranges that we gave them. And here's all the information. And what they can do is send you a quick message. Hey, is now a good time to sell? It just helps start the conversation, okay? Now, your first home value emails, oftentimes they're going to click this button here because they want that number. They want to know if I click this button, is it going to give me my special magic number, right? It won't. What this will do is send you a message, put a buzz in your pocket that this contact has said they want that information from you, okay? So oftentimes on the first round, they will click this button because they are curious. And what's going to happen is you're going to get an email, you're going to get a buzz in your pocket, and you're also going to get on your dashboard a new alert that somebody has requested their home value. And you can start the conversation either in Real Scout saying, hey, saw you wanted to get your home value. Did you need me to come by and take a look? It just helps start the conversation. Super easy. You didn't even start it. They did. Right? Question? Do we have a question?
I'm
yes.
Brand new to
Okay.
Samson
Okay.
last week.
Yes.
So
Welcome.
I just wanted to know, when you put the contact in the database, does that
Yes.
contact still belong to you, or does it effectively belong to Samson at that point?
It belongs to both.
Good answer, good.
I mean, we have the ability to go in and see everybody's information in here, so.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
I mean,
to shed some very clear light on that.
Yeah.
If and when.
We're not going to take that
we hope
contact.
You never decide
Yeah.
to use Samson.
Right.
If and when you do decide to do that, they are your leads and contacts to take with you. You
Yeah.
can export them.
You can export
We
them.
are not going to contact your leads and contacts that are in any Samson platform. Real Scout, Bold Trail, Lofty, anything in there. Yes, we do have admin access to be able to view those, but we're not going to contact them in any way.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No. We have too many agents probably to do that. With, I think, 6,000 agents now, we're probably not going in and doing that. But, you know, if you get locked out and you need something, we have access. Okay? Yeah, you're welcome.
If I send them to them for the first time, do they need to sign in, or by clicking on my link, they automatically can see
They're
it?
automatically in. Yep. That was a
Because
great.
I wonder, I mean, I always send myself what I'm sending to them.
Yes, perfect.
So I will know
Yes.
when they're getting whatever they're getting, and I see how it looks, but I don't know what it needs, what they need to do.
So unlike Bright, so with Bright, in order for them to like initiate that auto update, they have to like click first, right? To access your portal now. This one, once they click on a property, they're in.
Okay.
They don't have to do anything.
And if I'm taking them off the list, let's say that
Mhm.
they already got the home, I don't need to nurture them again.
Yeah.
Just because I'm limited
Yes.
now for the 100.
You
They can still keep on looking, and I will get an information that they are still looking.
you can archive them. You can disable their alerts. So if they're not on an active alert, they should be able to keep looking. I'll dive deeper into that and get that
Because let's
answer
say
for you.
I took them from the alert of
Mhm.
listings.
Yeah.
I see them keep looking at properties. That's why I'm asking.
Just take a look at your count here maybe and see, because you do have nurtured, right? That means you have them on an active alert.
Okay, I think I
Okay.
took them out.
If
but
the-
I still see them looking at properties.
If you are not having them on a schedule for auto updates, for home value, for market, then you're not initiating the alert. It shouldn't count, but I can double check on that for you.
But if they click on to the previous email, they could, right? They could go to the
Yeah, if they click on the previous email from an alert, it might reactivate them. Yes. But just so you guys are aware, inside every email, just in case you're wondering, they do have an unsubscribe function. So that is in every email. They can unsubscribe at any time. Okay. Well, that probably means that they're still looking and they're probably still of value. So if you want to remove them completely, you can delete them. Yes, you can delete them. Okay.
Maybe they are looking for their.
Yeah, I would argue, why would you ever do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because she doesn't wanna pay more money.
You're not paying.
If they're not on an active nurture, which means an alert, one of the 3 alerts, they shouldn't count towards your top 100. Okay. You could have a waiting nurture, right? So this is nurtured contacts. You get up to 100. So if they're just waiting here and awaiting nurture, they shouldn't count towards your 100. Yeah. Okay. I can keep going. I know we're over our time. So if you guys have more questions, I'm happy to answer those for you.
You guys have more than 100 nurseries, you can give me one. We
Yeah.
share the commission.
Yes, sure. Why not? But I mean, think about it. If you have somebody who's just not engaging, yeah, take them out. Keep it free. Keep your top 100 in there because sometimes people drop off or maybe they moved on to somebody else. You know, you never know. So if they're not engaging, you can take them out. Okay. But this is a great tool, guys. I want you to have it, use it actively. It really does help keep you in touch with your past book of business, your current clients, keeps them on a schedule, keeps your face in their inbox, and just really starts the conversation without making it like awkward, like, hey, just checking in, right? Question?
I want to say something.
Yes.
I went to your training, I think in Royal, I don't know where.
Uh-huh.
And I put this client.
Yes.
And no kidding, 3 days later,
Yeah.
she called me and saw the property.
Yeah.
We went, and it was like smooth.
I know.
And I was with her with a bride for like 3 months. So.
There you go. They love this platform, guys. It's so much sleeker looking for the contacts. It's easier for them. It's more engaging for them. So I definitely encourage you to start using this. It is free. It is powerful. Lots of agents and brokerages are paying for this, and we are giving it to you for free to just help you increase your business. Okay? All right, guys. Thanks for coming today.
See you Friday.
Yes, see you Friday on Zoom. In your pajamas. Bring your dog.
Guys, if you have not filled out your surveys, just a friendly reminder, if you could do so. Again, it helps us so much to know if we're on track for getting you the trainings that you want. You can either, again, leave those in your seat, or you can give them to me or any other staff member here. Thank you all so much for coming today. We appreciate you all so much. This is a time investment in your business, and we appreciate it. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Thank you all so much.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They saw it on the
Yes, yeah, they saw it on the
interwebs.
books.